The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the hosts, guests, and participants, and do not necessarily reflect the official policies or positions of City World Media, LLC, or its affiliates. All shows are produced with full participant consent. City World Media does not claim ownership of any third-party music featured and uses all tracks only with proper permissions or licenses granted by their respective rights holders. City World Media operates in accordance with fair use and digital broadcast guidelines on all platforms. From my city to your world, we are City World. Thank you for watching.
What's good? What's good? What's goody? It's your buzzing cousin Ghost Boogie, and check this out, man. We are live again. This is a double header with B-Boys Underground. We got the one and only DJ Lex. You got a peekaboo of him on screen, but now he can't be seen. He's the unseen 17. But check it out, man. DJ Lex is somebody that I linked up a while back, and he has been someone that's been in my corner through a lot of this journey that I've been going through, and I look at him, as someone when I got to make a phone call about this Twitch, this DJ thing and this streaming thing, and that we call life. I'm like, Lex, what's going on, man? Let's talk for a minute, man. Talk me off the ledge because I got an AK. But anyway, this is B-Boys Underground. We appreciate you being here. It's a doubleheader, and even better, it is DJ Lex's birthday. So not only is he joining us for an episode of B-Boys Underground where we are featuring DJs. This is basically our new segment where we had Taskmaster, Prodigy first, Lex's second. We got some more folks on the way. So without further ado, let's get them back on the screen for real, for real. We got them right now. DJ Lex, what's goody? And happy birthday, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. How are you, man?
Man, I'm fantabulous, man. I just got done doing an interview. It was dope. We had a double header, man. And yeah, man, Dirty Dutch. If you didn't get a chance to watch that episode, go back, run that back later on. But right now,
I'm a couple episodes. I've watched a few, like I've been keeping up when I can on YouTube, but I missed the Prodigy one and the one before that Prodigy one.
Yeah. So I mean, like we did Cujo Goody last week. I think I'm hearing the delay.
Is there a delay? That's what I thought.
I'm hearing like your monitor, or I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, I'm muting it right now. Yeah, that's why I was hearing something too.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. I was great. I mean, Cujo, he's just like what you would expect because he's just who he is. That's real on screen. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's Cujo. So, mad respect and love to Cujo, and Cujo will be back on B-Boys Underground here soon. So much love, and Dirty Dutch again. Thank you again. If you guys don't know who Dirty Dutch is, I mean, like, just go back and watch the damn episode. That's all I'm gonna say because it's Lex's birthday, and damn it, happy birthday, bro! Like, what you been doing for your birthday, man? You celebrated?
I was streaming all night. I streamed all night and all day. We're helping out Junie C. He's pushing for part 2. He needs like 1 or 2 more streams where he'll hit where you can unlock it because I don't know if you know, Twitch has switched the way the partner program works now. Before it was an average of the month.
Yeah.
Now you need to have 6 streams over 75 in a 30-day period, but for 2 months in a row. So
it's actually more accessible.
I'm gonna be real, like, it's more excessive. Once you apply, it takes about 3 to 4 weeks. So you kind of gotta stay in that realm during that time period too, because you don't want to like jump into it. And
Fall
they're like,
off.
yeah, they're like, well, yeah, he, because that's kind of what happened to me the first time I applied, like a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was like I hit the average and then I applied. And then they were like, well, we want to see an average for another 3 weeks. And then I had a bad week. And then they were like, wasn't consistent enough. So it was actually, I feel easier now, especially if you're not like part of a coalition or already a celebrity or part of have a group of people helping you out. Because Ghost, you already know how it is. Like just you and I trying to make it work, on your own, or hey, you're part of the collective, just trying to get running a podcast or running a DJ stream, and you're trying to get somebody to show up, and you're like, there's 20 people in this group. I'm trying to work with them, and maybe 2 people show up, 1 person shows up. So it's still got to get people to show up regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a commitment. I mean, there's a lot that folks don't realize that just goes into before you press live.
Yeah.
I mean, like graphics, overlays, even having so people can see their emotes dance across the screen, and trying to have a good looking interactive screen, and all of these different things that make it a welcoming environment, or at least a pleasant experience for the viewers and listeners. And what I always look at is like with you, you always do a great job of interacting with the chat and being chill and everything like that. And I'm an open book, so I've talked to Lex a couple of times, and he's like, look, you need to talk more. Like, but I'm like, with me, I would rather just play music. I have no problem talking, as everybody knows clearly, but I think also I prefer the talking takes away from my focus on trying to put together the Lego of wordplay and like the blends and the shit, that like the mashups. I'm always trying to do something like not the obvious put together mashups. I'm trying to take Fleetwood Mac and put it with fucking
Oh, exactly what
Future.
you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like
Exactly
Future
what
or
you're saying.
Fleetwood Mac. It's something I'm always just like, what does this go with? So I'm thinking constantly, and I don't know about you, like, do you just work straight down from a crate, or do you search?
It all depends for me. Like, I'm sure you're the same way. If you're on a raid train, then obviously you're being put in a box. So it's like I can only play what's in this realm. It's no different than working at a bar, club, or cruise ship. It's like,
Yeah.
this is the format. And a good DJ doesn't care the format. Just give me the format and I'll figure it out from there. I'll do it my way. But with Twitch, I have a show called the Red Light District. And pretty much almost every stream I run, I call it that, unless it's something specific to a raid train or somebody's birthday or 90s or pop and rock or whatever. So for me, it's very important that I just have like keys to everything, so I can play whatever I want. And I'm very much like you. Like, you'll get in the box. I've watched your show a lot. You'll get in the box, but sometimes you're just bobbing and weaving. You're just bobbing and weaving, in and out. Newer stuff, older stuff, super older stuff, back to newer stuff. So on and so forth. Underground, mainstream, back to underground.
Yeah, how do you keep yourself from, because sometimes it's like, man, fuck, I'm stuck. Like I'll get bored, and it's like, I don't want to play this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't want to play this, but I know if I play what I want to play right now, the people that do got, they out of here.
Yeah.
So I got to play this, you know what I mean? And it's not like I'm playing music that I don't like. It's just basically, sometimes it's like, man, I wish I could just play a different vibe right now and change it, but I know for a fact
I think for
the,
me,
the folks
I've been
in the
doing this now
chat it won't
almost
work.
6 years,
Yeah.
like Twitch and live streaming. A lot of people don't know, but I was live streaming way before COVID happened. Like that wasn't. If I was at a gig, I was throwing up my phone and I was streaming from there. But the minute they had a live feature on Facebook, I was using it. You know,
Because that was great
and
promotion.
yeah, it was always like I'd be at a bar, put it up, and where you at? Oh, we're pulling up, and so especially Tucson, small town, so it was like real easy for people to pull up. And then sometimes for me, it was this. It would archive the content. So like I can go back and go look at that content and chop it up maybe and be like, this is what you missed last week. You should have came out or so on
Yeah.
and so forth. Or maybe I'm out of town. I don't have a videographer, so I'll just live stream and then take that live stream footage later and make me like a little like a highlight montage or whatever from the weekend. But I tell everybody the same thing that, I think like you said, you get oh, I'm tired of this, or I don't. I could see this would work with my with my group of people, but
This ain't
I'm
going to
so tired
work
of playing
right
this
now.
record. I'm so tired of playing this record. But I think that's the beauty of Twitch. It's like it's your room.
Mm.
Like you know what I mean? Like it's your room. So don't get me wrong. If I get raided by somebody
Yeah.
and it's a group of people, if it's and it's something personal, if it's a smaller raid. If it's a smaller raid, I'm not going to switch the whole format of the vibe of the room for a small raid. But if I get raided with like 30, 40, 50 people, I'm like, okay, what we all playing over there? What you have going on over there? Just to kind of keep them in that same element. It's almost like, if you've DJed with other DJs, it's like kind of playing off the vibe of the other DJ.
Right.
I've been playing slow jams and Magic Mike raided me one night. I know Magic Mike was not playing those slow jams. So I lowered the music, talked to the crowd, and then loaded up something while I was talking to them. And then when I got back into mixing, the BPM and tempo and the energy was the same what they just left. The minute I saw his name, I'm like, wait a minute, wait, hold up. Because I feel like I've always said Twitch for me is like the universe aligning itself. I've been a thespian in school and in college, so like talking and articulating and projecting yourself, that's taught. Videography in college and then post college, Photoshop since the 90s. So I feel like I've always had a degree in business. So for me, it's like even marketing. It's like, okay, find your audience and market that audience and just stick with them. And that was kind of the hard thing with me with building this partnership with Twitch is that like I would connect with people, but because I connect people over here during COVID, I'm sure you know this goes. It's like 6 months later, it's a whole different audience. It's like you're not even the same people you were talking to over here. So trying to do something for 2 or 3 months or 4 months on Twitch consistently could do this because you might be coming one group of people leaving, one group of people coming in. You have to catch it kind of right on that cusp of both. So that's where I had to like navigate that situation.
I got you. Yeah. There's a lot of waters to navigate, and there's a lot of politicking.
Bro, the politics is ridiculous. And
Woo! Some of these
worse
group chats.
Well,
Some
I
of
mean,
these
I'm
group
sure where you're
chats.
from, you probably have that type of politics in your city.
Well, everybody,
Like,
I think every town, but yeah, absolutely. Like Cincinnati, because I can't speak for Denver because I really haven't integrated myself into the scene because I'm integrated with the hospital scene. Like that's my scene, right? I talk shit with the doctors and nurses. They're like, so who you interviewing this week? Guess what? Who I had just interviewed. Like, what? Yeah. But no. Yeah, I haven't integrated, but yes, it's very cliquish. And then also, I think, and especially with towns, everybody's jockeying for position.
yeah.
And so it was brought up just on the previous stream where like you'll have people that surround you who will gas you up and like even like know that your stuff is whack, but they'll you put out a song or something like that or produce something and put it out and they're like yeah, and you go to play it around someone that's not part of your clique, and as soon as you put it on, people start giving you a stink face, and you're like, "What?" And you go back, like you think about like, what is my crew? Just when you go to all these different people, and everybody else is like, "That's trash." And you go back, you're like, your crew's like, "Man,
That's why I'm never the guy to send you music to. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but if you send me music and you want my honest opinion, I'm
it's
gonna
your
give you my
honest
honest
opinion."
opinion.
Yes.
You know, and I've been assistant program director at a radio station, been a program director at a radio station, and I've had to tell people no, like,
Yeah.
sorry, just not the vibe or not the right sound or not the right quality or your track sounds dirty, it doesn't sound like it's clean, and I don't mean that by curse words, just it's a dirty track. Like, you need to go polish it up and make it a little better. Now that's a thing. Now music, now that dirtiness, that sound is like a sound. Like, I was just like, which program director at some point was like, yeah, that's the sound. Like, but it is what it is. But I'm sure for you, Cincinnati and Denver have got to be two different animals when it comes to DJing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've DJed all over the country, and it's like every city I go to is like there's some DJ etiquette and culture that matches and overlaps, but I feel like unless you're somebody of a certain stature, it's like it's more hate or envy or you're just, hey, I'm the other DJ, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and unless you kill it, then it's like, bro. But when I came up, you didn't want to talk to me,
And when
and
you kill it, sometimes they don't want to talk to you after that too. Their energy changes too. Like you can even tell even more. It's like,
like they saw you as a sucker first. Now they're not a sucker. Now they're like, oh, like,
mm-hmm.
or
Yeah,
intimidation. And it sucks because to me, DJ culture is like hip hop culture. So like,
yeah,
I've been speaking to b-boys, and like you go to a b-boy show, there's some guys that are beginners, but people are still bigging them up.
yes,
Like, you got it. MCs, not the best freestyler or best verse or best written, but the OGs are like, nah, keep at it, young fella, keep at it. Like, don't deter. I just feel like DJ culture is the one culture that's like, oh, he whack, oh, he biting, oh, it's like, and you're like, instead of being like I literally had a conversation with a DJ recently last weekend, and I said, hey man, he's got the crowd, he's got the people, but he didn't have the, like, I'm just like, your mixing's not quite there, right? He's bringing in records at the wrong time, or he's on the off beat, not the on beat, thinking he's on beat. So I said, would you mind if I showed you a few things? And he was very humble. He was like, yeah, whatever. I'm down. I'm always down to learn. I always want to learn. But then you can tell somebody else that same story. Hey man, man, my shit. See the crowd. This like, I'm lit. Because I've worked with DJs like that too, where I'm just like, bro, you ain't mixing. Let me show you. No, I got this. And they don't want you to help them because in their mind, if I help them, then they have to admit either I know more or they need me to just kind of move to the next level. I've always felt like if I didn't play with DJs that were better than me, I'd never be a better DJ. Like, that's kind of where I got to and I've always been around DJs that are always a little, and that's kind of why I love Twitch. It's like, you know what I mean? I'll find another DJ and I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and watch you for 3 hours, because you're doing some shit. Let me, okay, what he's doing? Oh, he did that. Then I'm gonna run to my stream and I'm gonna try to do the same thing. I don't practice anymore like I used to. Because now if I'm going to sit in front of this for 2 or 3 hours, I'm going to hit the button. It's like, what's the point? And I've said that.
That's the thing. It's like I'm practicing live. Fuck
yeah,
it.
I've said on stream, like, hey, I just downloaded this crate today. I really wanted to hear it, cue it up, do stuff. And I've stopped the record like, hold up, I don't remember. I don't want to forget this. And then hit the cue and drop it. Okay, back to the show. Like, and, I was so worried like about train wrecking or messing
Yeah.
up on Twitch or doing this, doing that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, but even if you watch gamers or any type of streamers, even podcasters, there's things like I've watched Dream Champs is one of my favorites. So is $1 Million Worth of Game. They've had audio issues, video issues. I've seen ones where the camera's just focused on the cord, and and it's such a good interview. All you have is this blurred out guy in the background. And I'm just like,
Right.
well, if they can get it wrong, why is this a big deal if I don't? Come in. Oh yeah, give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Come back
We're
one.
live right now. So check it out, man. We'll give everybody let me
Let everybody check in. I gotta move my car. I just found out.
Yeah.
I'm in a bad spot.
No problem, man. While he's doing that, I'm gonna do this. So check it out, man. We're gonna do this every single Wednesday from 9 p.m. Eastern all the way back. So we start every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. to be more Pacific. Jeff Denning Art is in the house. What's goody, Jeff? Make sure you follow the one and only Jeff Denning Art. He's one of my usual suspect brethrens. You might know us podcast. We do that every Monday and Friday. Jeff's down with us on Mondays. He's been with us since the beginning of the usual suspects. So much love to him. But this is B-Boys Underground, man. We've just got done doing, this is a double header. And the previous episode was with Dirty Dan. If you guys didn't have an opportunity to check that out, please make sure you go back and check out that one. We interviewed Cujo Goody last week, and also coming up this Saturday, I have another special episode and a special guest announcement. The flyer and promotion will be out tomorrow, but I have the one and only producer, Excel. This is a multiple Grammy-winning producer. He's produced a lot of songs. You're like, he did that? He did that? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And guess what? Lex is back,
Lord.
but his GoPro camera, you know what I'm saying? He's there, but he's not there. You know what I mean? He's the unseen 17. He's like seen it, you can't see.
Can you guys hear me though?
I can hear you. Yeah. It's like it just says your GoPro camera, webcamera's not plugged in, fam. I just see the GoPro logo. But anyway, you can talk while we do this. He's like, I can't troubleshoot.
You can ask me anything you want while we do it.
He's like, I don't want to troubleshoot while I'm trying to talk. Well, I mean, like, I haven't had an opportunity to ask you the most important damn question there is that we start this show off when we already 23 minutes in, man. My question is this. I need to know what your first memory of hip hop is. I need to know. You need to put me in the room. You need to tell me who's in the room. Tell me what the song is playing, what season.
My first memory of hip hop.
Like what shoes you got on. Like, is there any honeys in the room? Is it like brothers and sisters? Is it parents, uncles, cousins? Like, I need to know. Put us there in that room, because that memory puts you on the path to kind of where you are today.
So I think I'm in 2nd or 3rd grade. So it's probably like 1984 or 3 or something like that. You know, so it's 4. No, it'd been 5 or 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the 80s, 85, 86. Living in Spain. I've heard hip hop because my dad was a music enthusiast. He used to DJ back in New York City. He DJed again in the 90s, but music was always in my house. Like, my dad was playing Rapper's Delight since I was little. Blondie, like, But my dad was very, like, he was disco DJ.
Okay.
So a lot of disco DJs really didn't like hip hop. Like, a lot of people think just because you grew up in New York City, you loved hip hop. And I was like, no, if they were from the disco era, they hated hip hop in that era. Like, kind of like how we feel about mumble rap. It's like
yeah.
it's like that's not real music.
Mm-hmm.
They're just taking our music and doing that's how I think. Hey, what's up, Jeff? And so for me, it was like I'd hear it, so I just loved all music. It was what is it called? Halloween. We're doing like a trick or treat in the school where you go in classroom to classroom and getting candy.
Yeah.
And there was this kid. I used to always look up to him, and I was like, "Yo, he's cool. Like he was the cool kid. Like fit's always nice. He had like the members only jacket. Like one the only one in school.
Members, London
Yeah.
Frogs
So
members.
he comes around the corner for Halloween with a boombox, black and red leather shoes, and a hat and a chain. And I'm like, "What's your costume?" He goes, "I'm LL Cool J." So I'm like, it seemed cool to me, right? Like the way he looked. So now I'm at the store with my parents, like looking for an LL Cool J CD or tape, whatever tape at the time. And I found it, but it had the parent advisory on it. So I was showing my parents, I was like, "Yo, can I get this?" My dad was like, "Hell no." Like, you ain't getting that. So my mom at work, she says, "Hey, there's this other group. My son likes hip hop too, and I had to buy this for my son. You should give." She gave my mom a tape. She said, "You should let your son listen to it." And it was Run DMC. Because she's like, they don't curse. Like, so I didn't think about it till later.
Was it
like
Raising Hell?
Yeah, that was the tape.
Yeah.
And so she brought it to the house, and I bust the hell out of that tape. Like, like
You be ill.
I was like, I'm that tape pop thing, that's a real thing. I did not know that was a real thing. It's a real thing. My dad one time told me that, like, "You're gonna break that tape." I go, "What you talking about?" Flip it over again, put it in, push play again. Flip it over again, because that was the only tape I had. Like, I didn't have no other tape. And I had this little like Fisher Price radio like thing that I didn't even have a boombox at the time.
remember those too. The cassette players, the Fisher Price cassette players.
Yeah, like you just for recording a little microphone. But once I figured out that thing played music, that was it. Putting pencils in the spokes, pretty much stuff like that. I was like, I always thought about it. How many baseball cards are probably worth a lot of money now that people had in their spokes?
Oh my god!
Just because they wanted to have a cool baseball card on their car.
He was talking about using the pencil to wind up and tape. Like,
I know, but when I thought about that, I was thinking about.
I thought about that too.
Something I thought about was about people putting. My son was like, "Dad, it's baseball cards." I said, we didn't think about this card. I knew guys in elementary school that put Bo Jackson in their spokes.
Hell yeah!
You know what I mean? Like, just because it was like, "Oh, that's a Bo Jackson card," like flex. Now they're older, probably like, I should have kept that card in a sleeve in the box. But I kind of feel like that was a music too. Is like I literally just picked up a crate of records over 2 weeks ago when I was in Texas. Mm-hmm. A friend of mine's had a crate of my records for 4 years.
Okay.
I dropped them off there once. I kept meaning to get them back, and it just never happened. And I'm talking about 4 years, 7 years. 4 years ago was the first time I was going to get them back. I was driving. I hadn't driven through in a while. I was always taking the train or, trying to get on TSA with anything, let alone a crate of records. Yeah, that's not happening. So I picked them up and I was going through them, and I'm like, man, like it's almost like art. You're just like, wow. And I'm looking at the vinyl behind you. It's like, oh wow. It's like you like that Goody Mob album, like that right there. I just think of that. They don't dance no more. They don't dance. Like it just takes to a moment.
That's a promo copy with the hype sticker and everything. It's got the gold foil on the back, and because I had it as a record pool or a Sentinel because that was off of Arista, and Arista. I always got direct shipments from Arista, even outside of the record pool, because a lot of times I had helped set up, and I was the assistant director for a while of Third Finger Record Pool that was started, and it's still going, but it was started by Mr. Dibbs and G Fresh, or G Dash Fresh, the co-host. He's out working, grinding now. Shout out to him. How he and I connected, because I was DJing, and it was crazy because I was, this young white kid that was not old enough to even be able to at that time, like when I first started DJing in that thing, I couldn't even go see an R-rated movie legally, let alone be in a nightclub drinking Hennessy, talking shit to 35 and older women, you know. and and it was hilarious too, man. But like, I was there because of my mentor, and he brought me there, and my parents knew that when I was with him, because he was a teacher at the school, and how we hooked up was basically through the meeting. I didn't want to go to study hall. The homies that I played football with was like, man, you can go be a part of the stage and crew, and I was like, I don't want to be in no theater and everything. Like, I was like, nah, that's not for me. And he was like, no, I do sound and lights. And as soon as he said, I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you can do the sound and lights if you go meet teacher, and if you can do it. And I was like, I had been, DJing forever, and like as far as even making the tapes and everything like that, but I knew that I had wanted to get into like doing production and stuff like that, and I knew how that if I learned how to use a mixing board, that was gonna help me be an engineer. So when I was ready to go, and he took me under his wing, and basically saw something special, I guess, that he said in me, uh, and by probably 2 weeks, he invited me to carry records and equipment. But he also let me DJ. Like, he was like, you spin for a while. And I was like,
So Miss Joy.
Miss Joy's in the house. Make sure you follow Miss Joy. Salute, what's goody? And
I kind of feel like that's what's lost, and even in this generation, even if you just took DJ culture,
yeah,
like once everything kind of went digital, it's like paying your dues, learning the ropes, like doing all that stuff. That kind of went away. Like in our
carrying
culture,
records and shit like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
or even set up equipment and tear it down because back everything was
that.
passive. So
Oh my
you had the
god.
crates and the heavy
Oh my.
speakers, and not like now you. I was telling this guy we were mentoring this kid setting up and tearing down, and like when you get good at setting up and tearing down new equipment, it's quick. If you really get good at it, it's real quick. Everything's once you
The
get your little
new
system
stuff.
down.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah. So, I'm like, dude, like this kid gets set up in 10, 15 minutes. When I used to help my dad set up shit, we were there for an hour, just tuning the amp just to make sure it sounded right, make sure the bass sounded right, getting the EQ just right.
EQ in the room, like,
Yeah, because if not, you're getting echo and this and that, and
yeah.
changing the ohms on the speakers.
Yes.
I'm just like, and so again, it's like, I'm not trying to say these kids, because I've seen some young kids that really turntablists, and you can tell they care about the culture. But I just feel like because of this right now culture is what I call it. Like I want it right now. Like
Yeah.
now. Like it's like you don't even go to like you can get a guy who can sit at home for a week or two, watch some YouTube videos, and go to a bar and be like, I can DJ. I want to DJ here, and probably get a gig. Where for someone like you and I, we couldn't get a gig unless you had enough music to last the whole gig.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's
Yes.
the difference. Like now I can give a new guy a hard drive with 1,000 gigs or whatever. And now he's off to the races. He didn't have to, I met DJs who are real like protective of their music. Like they
Yeah.
don't want to exchange it. They don't want to sell it. Like they still treat it like it's their last two vinyls. Like, no, I can't give it up. And I
I can
was
see some
watching.
people not wanting to, like, if they have it. What I would say is that the only way that I could mentally justify it, and not saying that this is something that I would do, because it is something that I would not do. I would share it out, especially if it's digitally. I was the person that didn't let anyone but my mentor touch my records, or I didn't loan my shit out because I knew it was coming back scratched if it was a CD or anything, right? And especially you're not touching my records, but I'd make you a tape. Like you ask me, like shit, I'll dub it for you. I'll make it and it'll be clean. And I would sell mixtapes on VCRs. So I would do like back in the day, like fill up an entire VCR tape because we had reel to reels. If you had
Yeah, it was
reel to
like 2.5
reels,
hours, right? On
yeah,
well, 3
but
hours on the
it'd be complete darkness. Like so, they could turn their television off and just put their VCR on in their input into their stereo, and I could get 4 hours. I would give them, and I charge $100 for 4 hours, and I'd be like, I would shout out their parties, like like happy birthday to aunt so and so or whatever the hell, like like here you go,
and
barbecue music.
that was my college years. So I
Yeah.
went to college in '97,
Okay.
and then went to Arizona Western College, and small. So I was in Japan when I graduated high school, and it's kind of hard to get scholarships or get recruited or this and that. I played football at the time, and I'll never forget this. Like there was this little book in the library about this big, and it said colleges in America, right? Other than like universities, just all the colleges. We opened up to the first page. It was like Arizona Western, and then I was like, "What about here?" Never looked through the rest of the book. Just like that was it. And then like ended up being out there, but I would get people to come to my room, be like, "Yo, man, can you make me a tape?" And I was
Yeah.
like, "Sure. What do you want?" So like this is why I learned about like this is one thing about DJ culture for me back in the day. I would learn about cultures in other places by people. So he was like, "Hey, got them slow down joints." I'm like, "Slow down? What are you talking about?" They wanted chopped and screwed. I had no idea what chopped and screwed was, but they would pay me to put stuff because back then I had a four track recorder. So like
Horrible.
sounds horrible, but it was paying. So I was like, you know what? And then years later, someone was like, I didn't know you made chopped and screw tapes. I don't make chopped and screw tapes. I fake it really good though. I fake it real good.
I take money is what I do.
Yeah, mixtapes at the barbershop. That was culture. That's how you learn, especially late '90s, early 2000s, before the V8. Because what was it? Was it the Smack DVDs and all that stuff? Where it's like all the stuff
Yeah.
on there, But yeah, man, like I feel like people facilitated a lot what DJs did back in the day, where now DJs kind of facilitate. We determine now what they're gonna like. It's like you're gonna do it our way. Where before it was like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kendrick's DJ is. Like nobody knows, even though they have one, they probably have a
Yeah,
dude
because
that's
they
their
always are
guy.
touring. They're always touring with a
Yeah,
DJ, but
but
it's not DJ.
they're
Yeah.
not part of but I'm like think about Will Smith is like he changed his name just so he wouldn't be contradicting. He said it. He goes, I didn't think it was right because Jeff gave me that name and it was Jazz Jeff Fresh Prince. That was our thing. For me just to be Fresh Prince over here, I feel like I had to be Will Smith over here so that I wouldn't be stepping on his toes. Like for art what he would design. And I was like, I never looked at it like that. Like, if
I
a
didn't look
DJ.
at it like that. I looked at it as he was just changing over to be like be taken more seriously as an actor. I never heard that take on
Well,
that
he
one.
he
That's
meant it
great.
on the music side because he could have just
Yeah.
came. He could have been two alter egos,
Oh, now what
right?
I'm seeing. Oh, even with now I understand what you're
When he went
saying
solo, it
because when
wasn't
he
it
went,
wasn't Fresh Prince. It was Will
yeah,
Smith.
but when he came, but to be honest though, to be honest, when he came back to music as Will Smith, like he
But
didn't.
then when he made the Boom
He
Boom
was
Shake the
already
Room with
established.
when he made the Boom Boom Shake the Room, though I think it was like 96, 95. It
Because
was
he was
Fresh
doing
Prince. it was Jazz Jeff and Fresh Prince. That
Yeah.
album, because him and they were together,
Mm-hmm.
he has two alter egos in the music world.
Yep.
Like I feel like Will Smith's more pop culture, where Fresh Prince is more hip hop culture.
Absolutely. I would say
And I was
that.
like, I never looked. I didn't know until I heard him say it. Because he
I
was just saying he
understand
just
that.
didn't feel like it didn't feel right. Like it didn't feel right for him to be over here as Fresh Prince without Jeff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel right being called the Fresh Prince or being the Fresh Prince without Jeff. And I was like, what happened? What happened to the loyalty to the DJ? Like the loyalty, because we
Yeah.
determined a lot of stuff back in the day. Like if we didn't want a record to be hot, it wasn't going to be hot. Your B side would always be a B side. If enough DJs didn't want you to be out there like that, where enough DJs like you, your B side is just as hot as your A side.
I mean, there's so many stories and hits about. I mean, like Cypress Hill is one of the first ones that I would just say a name that's infamously known, because when they released their album or their first single, it was a double A-sided record. So you
Correct.
had side A and then you had side AA,
Mm-hmm.
and on the 12-inch single. And the first album or the first single release was Funky Phil one, and then on the double A side was Killer Man. And the Funky Phil one got a lot of movement and people, I mean, it was in it, but when Killer Man came on, it was just that time. I mean, it was the time when grunge and everything counterculture, like nothing polished, where Funky Feel one was nothing like pop was about Funky Feel one, right? But it was a polished hit, but it was the hit that the record company wanted, even just like what Be Real said, you know what I mean? They pushed that one where they wanted to go with Killer Man, and that's the reason why they did a double side. Muggs got Killer Man, and then DJs picked up Killer Man. The other
And
one,
also with Muggs, they let him have his own remixes,
yeah,
his own versions of records, or like his own mixtape. That was like real big. We were a big pillar in hip hop community, and I hate to say it, hip hop's trash now because DJ culture's moved away from hip hop community.
yes,
No, like you said, there's yes men telling you what you want to hear.
mm-hmm.
The
An
DJ was the one
algorithm.
saying trash, don't do that, it's whack. It's not hot. Or also DJs be like, no, do this, and then the artist be like, I don't know how many podcasts you probably seen where the artist was like, I didn't want to do the record.
Mm-hmm.
But he kept telling me,
Absolutely.
Premier's like, nah, this is it, this is it, this is it. Like, why you got the horns on it like that? Nah, trust me. Like, I'll never forget when Cypress Hill made the album with the Fugees. A lot of people forget about that album.
Oh yeah, it's
A lot of people forget about that album.
the Illusions
can
12
hear
inch,
a lot
which
of-
is I'm looking at it right now.
That's wild. That's wild.
It's-
A lot of Muggs and Wyclef. You can see where they collaborated,
Yeah.
and you can see where Muggs kind of was like, no, like we're doing it this way, and then you can see where Wyclef was like, no, we're gonna do it this way. A little bit of Muggs, not more Wyclef, and vice versa. And I was like, that's what's missing. Now everything's an AI beat or buying it on YouTube or,
Hold on, you just made my brain just switch, and I was thinking about it. So like, as my chills went down my spine, because I was sitting here thinking, I just is listening to the whole damn song, and what you said about like Muggs had like no, here's where I'm saying no, and Wyclef is like, and I was thinking about, all right, what part of that statement is true, and it clapped immediately, was the beat definitely is all Muggs driven, and I can tell that the vocal arrangements and the exchanges or Wyclef, and more so than that, and that's how they probably collaborated it. That's not a word, collaborated on it, and did that way, as now that I'm hearing it back, which is It just when I get chills is because I hear something new in a record that I've listened to nonstop. And I don't know if you ever do that, but like,
Oh my! It happens on stream. It happens
that's
while I'm
what
streaming. I'll
have
play
you,
this. I'll play a record I played. You might even say played 100 times over 5 years, whatever. Like, and then I'm like, because I play with just my headphones. I don't have ambient music. It's just everything I do is through my headphones.
I had to do that for Twitch and I had to do that because like when I first started,
family and stuff.
Well, when I first started, like when I was like big and everything like that, bro, like I only knew how to mix one way, and one way was with my 215s in my face. I'm talking about my PA 15s in
I
my
got friends
face.
I have a couple
So
friends
I'm
just like you.
thumping it through my chest because I go off of right,
Mm-hmm.
and like I was outrageous with it. Like I didn't give a shit. Like I was banging it, and like it was like Dad's making the house loud. But I always had played loud music. Like I played stereo loud, so it wasn't like anything new. But I had to finally like my dad stepped in and was like, "Bro, you need to learn how to you do need to learn how to mix with your headphones on, like just only in your." So that was an entire skill in itself. But what I found is that when I'm going out and doing my live gigs, I am depending too much on my headphones and not listening to the room enough. If that makes any sense, because like I'll have these in-ears on, or I'll have my heavy beats on and like blocking everything out because I'm trying to not hear any.
I was no headphones. I was a no headphone. I became a no headphone DJ around 2011, 12, and I just thought, because I thought Serato was just so like, it was like, this is too easy. Like
it is,
in a
way.
Yeah, well, when you come from the other side, come from the other side, it's like, like I feel like a lot of DJs are math guys, because we count and we're looking at stuff.
Absolutely.
So now you're giving me a visual that I can look at a track and I know where the snare is at. I can look at a track, I know where the bass is at. And it's like,
everything. The ones.
So I was that guy. And
me too.
And then Twitch happened. Like my kids to this day always say, "Dad, I can't sleep without noise on because I would play loud."
Yes,
right?
Yes,
yeah. So
that's the same, because I was always playing music to my children. I was just talking to them about it.
Oh, my son. I had my laptop, and I was listening to the Legend album by Bob Marley, and I had Three Little Birds on, but I had one. I put it on repeat somehow, not on purpose.
Okay.
Like I hit something when I put the computer down, and it ended up repeating. So I'm trying to put him to sleep, and he passes out with that song. Like I'm like, I have to do nothing that Dad normally does, put him to sleep. He just fell asleep to the song. So at night, I put him in the room. I'd bring my laptop upstairs. I'd put it on top of the nightstand. I'd put Three Little Birds on repeat, and he would sleep through the night with the song on repeat. Then one day I forgot to hit repeat, and it was the album, the whole album. And then that became, he didn't want to hear just the one song. He wanted to hear the whole album. And to this day, whenever that album comes on, he's not even the hugest Bob Marley fan. He's more of a Frank Sinatra fan, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
It's so soothing to me, Dad. Frank Sinatra's so soothing to me. I'm like, at my age, at his age, 15, 16, I never would have been like, I'm gonna bump me some Frank Sinatra, But like you said, you probably played so much music for your kids. My daughter's so eclectic when it comes to music. I'm sure your kids are gonna be the same way and be very eclectic when it comes to music.
I was talking to them about that, but go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
No, that's pretty much it. Like it's crazy how a song or an album, and that particular album, if you really know the history and what it was and the frequency they recorded it at, and how 100% analog and so on and so forth. I just feel like music now has no soul. There's no music now you can play that's gonna resonate with a kid. That when they're our age, they're gonna be like, man, when I was growing up, there was a song and it just hit my soul. My son's talking about Frank Sinatra. That's what's resonating with him, because he can feel it in his soul. But the music he listens to now, he's like, you know, sometimes I give him the aux cord in the car, and I'm just like, I'm like, how is this? And then every once in a while, I'll be like, oh, that was kind of cool, but it's, but I just feel like, I think DJ Quik said it. He's like, analog. There's an energy in the room, and the analog tape, it static and electricity is absorbed through the tape. So if you got this frequency of energy of people in the room, and that tape's running, it's catching that energy from the room, like that. Me and you are connecting with. Like right now, me and you have energy in this chat, but I'm in another state and you're in another state. But I'm sure if you and I were sitting across from each other, it'd be a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
We would probably even be on this realm right now. We'd be somewhere else because of the vibe in the room. So he said that's kind of what music was. He says, he's like, now, everything's just zeros and ones and bits and rates and this and that. And there's no core of the song. There's no like substance in the music anymore. Mm-hmm. And, I love EDM. I love all the digital music that's come out. There's been some really cool stuff. I mean, even Zapp and all them were doing digital back in the day, but it was,
you can't say
it was
that.
bought. It was bought onto analog tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They didn't just to program something. Then you still had to do some shit. Like it wasn't just like
But
click
even
and
some of those
drag
keyboards were analog keyboards, fam.
correct.
Like, so
just a line out. That was it, or a mic sometimes.
I have the DX that like Rocksteady, and I have one of the Callaway's DXs that like it's the same.
Nice.
It's the same one that like Prince used for Purple Rain and all of that, like the classic. It's an Oberheim DX, and I've got one, and it's in a box on the other side of that wall, and I got to pull it out because I want to put it out on display again. But that in itself, tunable, analog, beautiful sound. And so, and they were messing with analog, and I know what you mean as far as computer love and even the wah wah sound. I mean, that was analog because Roger's voice was a talk box for a guitar, right?
Correct.
He took, and for the folks that don't know how a talk box works, right? So the talk box was invented late 60s, early 70s, and guitar players, they have pedals that change tones, distortion pedals, echo pedals, or reverb. It just changed the way that the guitar sounds. And y'all know what I mean if you guys listen to anything that's guitar oriented. And the talk box was invented as it was a speaker that fed from the guitar. You basically was in the series. You put your pedals in series before your amp. And so you would just basically plug your guitar into the talk box pedal, right? And it had an electrical cord and had a speaker and an amp. And it was a metal base, and it fed into basically a clear tube that went up in, you put it in your mouth, and you opened your mouth and you shaped the tone of your mouth, and people had figured out that you could talk while you play, and you play the guitar. Or Roger went ahead and said, I'm putting that on a keyboard, and it made it a whole different damn jam, man. Like when Roger did, come on, man. Like how many, you mentioned something about music, and I'm gonna shut up, Lex. But the thing is that my kids to this day, the one song that I can get them, they're teenagers now, they ain't gonna do it, but up until about a year or two ago, they would have done it on command. I play More Bounce to the Ounce, and everybody in the house is breaking down because I played More Bounce to the Ounce for them forever, and they loved that song even as babies, because I mean they would just be bipping and bopping and everything.
It's
But
a
I
bop,
played,
man. It's a bop to this day. It's a bop.
But I played Miles Davis Bitches Brew to him and all different. I was playing jazz, Grover Washington, nonstop,
And that was
Marvin
my dad.
Gaye.
You were the way you were with your kids is the way my dad was with me.
But
I
my
was like that with
father
my
was like that
kids.
with me, and my mother was like that with me as well. They allowed me to explore, and they listened to a lot of music, and my father challenged me with a lot of music. So he
Yeah,
actually,
I always tell my father, I said, "Thank you for my music IQ."
yeah,
Like, thank you for my music IQ, because even there's songs I'll hear that I'll have in my library from an era, and I never knew who it was because it was just something you listened to in the car. It wasn't like you were like, you didn't Shazam it, so you didn't know who it was. It was like it was just a tape my dad rocked every. When you took a road trip, my dad brought his little box of tapes, and whatever tapes he had in there, that's what you was listening to. My dad had a
yeah,
reel to reel at home that would play music. There was no way for me to tell who was being played. So like, there's still to this day, I'll hear a song and I'm like, my dad used to play this. I was always wondering who this was, because it's how do you explain to your dad, when I was little, you played this one song, it kind of went like this, like, and you know, there's so much music that I forgot. It's crazy that's how much music we probably have gone through. Ghost is that there's so much music we've forgotten music. Until I've done it on Twitch. Somebody will play a record. I'm like, damn, I forgot this
yeah.
record. Oh my God, I forgot this record.
Have you ever?
Jeff's done that to me. I've been in Jeff's room and he's playing vinyl,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like, this beast, because
Check out
I
Jeff on
lost my
Vinyl
music
Sundays.
before, and I had stolen, and so I got some of it back, but not all of it back. So there's some records and CDs where it's just like I can never tell you where it was. Like, what I just knew, this one record I had, it had this song, I liked it, and he's done that before. He's played something, I'm just like, oh, damn it. Like, or and then you've done that with a couple funk cuts that I forgot that album had that record. I playing the other ones of that album, and you'll play one. I'm like, my dad played this record. I'm like, fuck, and I go look it up, and I'm like, oh, it's on the same album. So now I'm listening to other songs on the album, finding songs, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was the one I would break it down to, like, because I think kind of too, when a family trip or at home, listen to records, clean the house, or whatever the case may be, or
Music
cook
was
out,
on
whatever.
more than the television back then in my
Yeah,
house.
my house
The
too. My house
television
too.
was
Yeah. Like, we had our shows we watched together as a family,
yes.
but the rest of, think about it. Back in the day, if it wasn't a certain time of day, there was nothing to watch unless you're watching a VHS tape or a DVD or something. There was nothing to watch. So you would have an album your dad would listen to, and you'd be waiting for that one song you like, that one, side B number 3, that third song, because you did. Again, I never thought to go look at the record, read it, and it's crazy because when I got in, like, I'm gonna go back to your question about hip hop. When I really got into music, that was my thing. Open the CD and read the book that was
Yes,
inside of
man.
it.
Hold the record.
Yeah, get the vinyl, especially if it opened up or like tri-folded. You're sitting there trying to look at everything. Every little detail that they took into making that.
Like, yeah, this one has, I think, does this have extra liner notes in it?
You move the one, and the record behind it's just as good as the one in front of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, man, America's Most, baby.
I know. It's like, I was like, it's like heat, more heat. No, but so that's when I first was like, I want to know. And again, it was a style. It wasn't even, I didn't even know the music.
Yeah.
I just thought the dude looked cool. So now I'm looking at the music from a cool perspective. Like, to me, that was the cool thing to do. But then Ice Cube is the reason I DJ.
Nice.
I heard Jacking for Beats. And when I heard Jacking for Beats, I had this tape that I bought at a store, and it was like the best of hip hop of that year, right? And then so every song on
Are
that
you sure
tape,
it wasn't that was also on like a profile sampler, because that
correct?
was big.
It was all the hits of that year.
Profile had all of the hip hop albums.
So
yeah.
I had that tape, but so it had like the EPMD track, the fucking the Digital Underground track. All the tracks he used were on this tape. So when I heard it, it was like the joy of like all my favorite records in one song. And then not to mention what he was saying over it. You know what I mean? And, I'm like, this is cool. So then my friend was like, oh yeah, DJs do that. Because freestyles back in the day, remember they would switch to records.
Yes.
So it wouldn't just be a sample of like, you wouldn't hear one record over the whole thing and just that. So I was like, that was kind of always my dream style. And then I heard a DJ Rectangle mixtape after I started DJing.
Oh my God, Rectangle.
So I was in this hip hop group in Japan.
Yes, and I wanted to get into that too. So
that's why I was like, it's actually going to come full circle. So I was in this hip hop group in Japan, and we started off as Far East. It was called Far East Players when we started because we lived in the Far East. We lived in Japan. So where we lived, we called like our football. We played football or basketball or whatever. We'd have a Far East tournament, which was from Korea all the way to Hawaii.
Okay.
Everybody, all these high schools would get together and they'd have a football tournament or basketball tournament or wrestling tournament, drama tournament. So, but then our group was very much mixed. We had a Korean guy, like we had a Filipino kid. We had a couple of African Americans. I was Hispanic and so somebody's like, we're international with it, like our crew. So then somebody was like, why don't we be first international player? So it went from FEP to FIP. And it's funny because when I hear old tapes or if I find old records of ours online, you can tell where we were at in the group by the core. Even though the song changed, same song, it's just they would change those lyrics.
Okay.
Either FEP, FIP. So if somebody had a tape, I found this old tape of you guys and send me a copy of it. I'm like, dang, this was pre this, pre that.
So, like you can have the group memories, like when this shit changed.
We're touring in Japan because that's a cool thing. American kids that rap, and we're doing like festivals and parties. And
can I pause you right there? And I want you to explain, because I want you to really explain what the hip hop culture is like in Japan, as you being someone that was.
I was there in the 90s when it was our culture here. Was was the mecca of hip hop era of the 90s. Let's just be honest. I mean, you can call the golden years of the 80s, but those years, I remember the first time I heard Biggie with the song Dreams. This kid from New York, we were all from all over the country, so people would go home. Imagine you're from Cincinnati, right? And you live in Japan. So you come home for the summer in the 90s. Whatever's hot in Cincinnati, that's what you're grabbing from the record store. So then they'd come back to Japan. Yo, listen to this, Dayton Family. Listen to this, Twista. Listen to like all this different stuff, And so for me, like hip hop culture in Japan was, I always say it was the best place to grow up for hip hop because New York didn't like West Coast. They didn't want down south. If you lived in New York and you weren't listening until Death Row came out, you were not listening to West Coast music. Maybe Ice Cube, but even to this day, there's people in New York that says Ice Cube's not a great lyricist, because he's not from New York. If you're not from, what did Redman say?
Politics as usual.
Yeah. So, but living in Japan, it was whatever was hot. To us, whatever was hot. And what was crazy is there's songs that, because we didn't have like the Box and BT and MTV, and all we had was Source Magazine or Word Magazine, and you read what was in there, but they really didn't tell you like, this is the song we're playing on the radio in the US. And what's crazy is a lot of songs we loved growing up in Japan and other DJs would play and I'd hear, and then we go stateside and I'm like, these are the hits. Like, that's how big of a hit that song was, that even without us having somebody navigate us to track 4, that's what we were playing. That was the song. We were like, this is the one. But then there was also stuff on those albums in Japan where I feel like in Europe it's the same way. That's why a lot of old artists are so big in Europe, is because their B-sides are just as big as their A-sides. They're like, their radio is playing the B-side on their radio. their number one hit wasn't our number one hit. I think I was watching this thing on DOS Effects, and they were saying they didn't know until they went to Europe how big they were. That's when they ended up moving out there, because they were just like, we got so much love here, but in the U.S. it was just 2 or 3 tracks that we loved them for, and that was it. Over there, they love them for the other 15 tracks. So now they can do a whole show of their album and pack arena because they want to hear the whole album. Where we were just like, we didn't want to hear it. Yeah, back in the day, if you went to a show and they were doing a song, you could see it in the crowd. Like, if they didn't know the record, they were just kind of like. But the minute the hit would come on, now you're getting the reaction. Where Japan was like that. Japan was like, as long as it sounded good when you played it, the dance floor is packed. They never really judged. So when I grew up with hip hop culture in Japan, it was nobody cared what was hot on the radio. It was what record could you make work in the club or make work on the radio.
Okay.
That was it. So I grew up listening to every genre of hip hop in the U.S. So West Coast, Midwest, down South, East Coast.
That's how it was in Cincinnati. It was the melting
Because you didn't have
pot.
you don't have a cultivated culture, so it's kind of like
Well,
you're
we were
grabbing
the
little
funk.
bits and pieces
We were
for
the home
everything.
of funk. They took all our shit and made hip hop.
Made beats out of it.
Yeah. So I mean,
And that's probably for you guys, probably like you would hear that in their music. You're like, oh, that's this record.
I loved it. I thought, listen, when I loved, for me, of course, everybody that is my age can remember their first time hearing fucking Rapper's Delight, and of course, Rapture. You've got Captain Rap. You got all of this stuff, but for me, like, not even in the Furious Five, but for me, the song, The Message, it was The Message. The Message was like someone punched me in the fucking face. And it was the video that went with it. It was the visuals. It was the grittiness. It was the raw. And like just seeing what that, like, we didn't live like that. I had to go to my grandparents' house to see that was on cable and shit. Like, we didn't have cable, but like, still, like, the shit, it didn't look like that. You know what I mean? For that, I was just like, what?
Well,
But
I always said that was the
got like
first
that in the
video to like
90s.
really put like urban culture on a video.
It
Like
was
not
so
no
raw.
no like Hollywood scene. Where all right, action. No, we're gonna go videotape the crackhead on the corner, the prostitute down the street.
Broken glass everywhere. You're talking about people pissing in the stairs and they just don't
And then-
care. What? I was like, but that came out in like 83, 84. So that would have put me at 7 or 8. Right. And so think as 7 or 8-year-old seeing that, and the music, I was already because I mean, I loved Gap Band. I mean, I loved James Brown. I mean, I loved fucking funk and anything like that. You mentioned how the song you would play, you were playing Three Little Birds and it put your son to sleep, right? My parents would play Earth, Wind, and Fire to get me to go to sleep. Like, that was the only thing, because, like, I've always been a wild one. And to get me to shut the fuck and calm down, they put on Earth, Wind, and Fire. And the one song that would always make me go to sleep, and I love to this day, especially as loud as possible in a residential neighborhood, is Fantasy. And hearing that on a good system or on some good headphones, and the separation with the brass, and it's just the way they mix it. And
For me, it's
like,
Strawberry 23.
Strawberry 23 is even in the same fucking key, because Brothers Johnson,
When I hear that,
same
I like that part right there. I can loop that all day. I can loop that all day and just be like, and that's, I think too, with music now. Music now is not panoramic. Where
No.
back then it was very harmonic. Like, and if you put the headphones on, especially, you would hear, especially like old music, like
My dad
Earth,
had a
Wind, Fire.
quadraphonic stereo.
Yeah. So you'd have, so my dad
It was going around.
and my grandfather, my dad's half Jamaican, half black. I mean, half Dominican. So
Yeah.
when and then my grandfather's Dominican. So, but they would say in that culture down there, they had to build their speakers.
Yeah. And
So my grandfather, when he passed away, I was at his house and we were looking at everything, and my dad was like, "Yeah, we built all this stuff." They built the cases for their systems, like to put their I call them like a rack mount. So I'm sitting there watching it, and like now it's just not there no more. Like you don't get that harmonics and the phonics that we got. Because if you put a headphone on now, everything's just like compressed to one side or the whole thing, and people always like, sometimes I'm sure they're like, why you play a lot of old stuff, Lex? I'm like, honestly, just because this is what I like. It's like, like this right here, just, it resonates with me. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of new stuff I like too, and I'll mix it in and out, but it's like, I could play 12 hours of old school, and not feel like I still would be like, damn, I missed this, I missed that. If they told me to play 12 hours of new music, I would, after about 2 hours, 3 hours, I'd be bored. I wouldn't even feel it. You know what I mean? And thank you. I just don't, I don't know how you feel about it, but it's like, as a DJ back in the day, it's like going from playing on vinyl to playing on CDs to then going to playing on digital. Like I was so anti. I was one of those guys. Like, oh, they're playing on a computer. Like judging. Computer DJ. And it wasn't until you saw Jeff and everybody else doing it that you're like, oh, I guess it's all right. And I was like, was the S2 box, remember the little, and you had to hook everything up to it. And then when everything went to the digital mixer, I was like, oh, this is better. But I would play on digital mixers and I would not use any functions on the mixer, like nothing, because I was just so
old school orientated.
And I didn't even think to try. And then I met a turntablist by the name of DJ Touch. And I was watching him fuck with the loops and the filters, and I was just like, okay. And now it's like, if I mix without it, I feel like it sounds like trash. Or back then I was like, no, like slam the record or do this or do that. And so Jeff said it best when he said, when everyone's like, what do you think about the sync button? He goes, it's a tool. It doesn't matter. You still got to pick the right record to put it together. Like, even if you had an auto mix, like on a system, because some stuff will do auto mix. If you have records that don't match together on an auto mix, it's still gonna sound like shit.
Absolutely.
So what I feel like now for us, especially the older DJs, it's like we're so big on like you said, you're so focused and you're away from the mic. I think it's because older DJs are 3 or 4 songs ahead in their head, because that's how you were with your vinyl. You had to you grab the one you're playing, the one you're gonna play, and then you're already prepping the one so that and then you're doing this over and over again. Sometimes you're 2 and 3 songs deep. And I think now, because of how music is so accessible, they don't think 3 and 4 songs ahead, because they're not taking them on a journey. They're just like, oh, banger, 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 banger.
So what do you think about that?
So like I've said it before, if I'm and I'm using Twitch as an example, because and you can even quote this in the club culture. If say me, you, and 2 other DJs are on a lineup, well, where am I at on the lineup? You know what I mean? Am I first? Am I
Well,
last?
yeah, that's the
Middle?
whole rule.
So I feel like
that's not
sometimes
etiquette on a
banger, banger,
rage.
banger, banger. If you're
That's
not
not
in the
etiquette
right,
on Twitch.
yeah. So same thing on Twitch. It's like, it's like if I'm on a raid train where I know everybody's just gonna be playing bangers, then I'm gonna try to do it my way in a different way, so it doesn't sound like the way they're playing them. If I'm in a club and I'm the first DJ or second DJ, I'm not gonna tire out the crowd or exhaust the audience or play the best records of the night because the guy, I mean, don't get me wrong, the right DJ behind you won't care what you play because he's just going to do his thing his way.
Yeah, as I'm doing
But,
my shit, you do you, fool.
but at the same token, it's cultivating a vibe. If you've played a 4-hour set by yourself, you know you're not going to play that record at your first 2 hours of your set. So if I'm in the first 2 hours of the night, why am I going to do that? So I feel like it's a cop out sometimes. It's like instead of me creating a room where people want to sit, chill, drink, talk, and then build them into the dancing, as opposed to let me force all these dance records down your throat while you're trying to just sit here and relax. And I feel like if you don't cultivate it right, when you do drop that dance record, it's not going to have the same wow factor because they've been listening to bangers all night. Same thing on Twitch. It's like I can play a bunch of shit on Twitch and keep everybody engaged and then drop the right banger at the right time and you watch it chat. You watch the energy in the room change. Even if it's one person that's in your room, not 20, you watch their energy change. They might have been throwing an emo here, there, talking, minute or two, say something else. Now it's like constant. Every 20, 15 seconds, they're engaged because why? Wow, this record. And I feel like that's where DJ culture has kind of gone left, if you want to say.
And see, that's what kind of I can tell you has honestly, I feel the most, I will say, cooling. The inside, where I feel the most struggle because I want to go where I want to go, but again, worrying about or trying to cater to the chat, read the room, and know who's in there is like they're not going to want to go there. You know what I mean? And or that people that are in the chat, I'm going to cater to them because I know that they may like this specific artist or this specific genre. And if they're engaged in talking, I'm going to say, hey, look, I got this one. This one's going out to you. I know you're going to like this. You know what I mean? And, because if I do play something that someone comments on and makes a comment like they really enjoyed that song, I remember, and that means the most to me.
And I feel like, I went from the generation of heard, not seen. The DJ be in a corner somewhere, you didn't even know where the fuck he was at.
Yeah.
Or up in the fucking booth in the sky, you didn't even know where the dude was playing music from.
You were talking maybe just to make some announcements. You
If
would
that,
interact.
if that. Some places didn't even want that,
Yeah, some places didn't want that.
They just wanted last call for alcohol. All right, guys, have a good night. Make your way to the exit. That's it.
Or Cinnamon's coming to the stage.
That's a different DJ culture. and that's an art within itself too, though.
Oh my God, that's the reason why I said it like that.
That's an art within itself.
That
as
is
well.
a whole different art.
I was when I was in Atlanta, living there for a little bit. I didn't know going to strip clubs there.
Oh, Magic
The
City,
DJ was
man.
not. The DJ just played what he wanted to play. The DJ cultivated the party, but you had to have that energy with the mic for the dancers and for the crowd.
Yes.
And I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool because it was almost like a party rock DJ at a strip club. Greatness is strip club DJs are crazy. So
I may have done that one.
I almost feel like there's very successful DJs on Twitch that I feel play it safe.
Yeah.
The music they play on their stream is safe. It's like, I'm gonna play nothing but 2000 hip hop or nothing but 90s hip hop or nothing but a combination of both, or I'm only gonna play R&B or I'm only gonna play this and play that. Which to each his own. I'm not knocking them. If they got a formula that works for them, they're happy with it. That's great. But it's like I always feel like that was a challenge with my channel because I'm like I'm gonna play for 5 or 6 hours. I'm like you. If I'm gonna go on, I'm gonna go on. Like
I'm going on and I because I at the club I learned to DJ at that humongous club. We did 7 hours, and my favorite set to do and what I really learned how to do my blending, mixing, and everything was during happy hour, and it was where people were getting off at work and people will come out on the floor, maybe step across because we had a massive. It was a club that was the size of a Walmart grocery store, or like a large grocery store, right? That because that's what it was originally that they made into a club. But and I was looking for the head bop, but I just like to set that mellow groove and have that vibe, right? And do that and learn how to get that. But like you said, we're going for hours because that's the only way I feel. I can't do an hour. It takes me an hour to warm up. Like I feel like it. I'm just now getting started. For me, but I don't know
I've
if
done
it's like
gigs
that for you
outside
guys.
where I'm doing an hour or two at the gig, and the minute the gig is over, I'm going home. Like, what are we gonna do? I'm going home and stream. And they're like, why? I said, because I just feel like I didn't do enough. Like there's still more in me that I want to get out. Because I'm like you, like I was the guy that came at 7, 8 o'clock, or come at 10 o'clock playing till 4 o'clock in the morning. Because in Japan, clubs don't close till 6. So they open at 10. They're open for 8 hours. Sometimes you get an hour set. Sometimes you get a 2-hour set. Sometimes you get a 3-hour set. Sometimes you had a 4-hour set. Sometimes they're like, can you just play the whole night? And you had to learn. And like I said, I was like, we recycle a lot of music back in the day because you didn't have a lot of records. So like what you play in the first hour, you might play in hour 3,
Yeah.
Because people weren't probably there at hour 1, or they weren't. It's a different, now the record's going to sound different at hour 3.
I still had a whole rule where we never played the song twice unless it was a request and they were throwing cash.
And that's how I am now, because I have too much music. But
yeah,
when you only had 2 in Japan, especially in Japan, because you had to I took the train to a gig.
But like you said, 6 a.m. Like you gotta
yeah.
go.
So I had a backpack full of records. I had a crate full of records. And I'm walking to the gigs.
Yeah,
in the booth, and some booths didn't have enough room for more than a couple crates.
Really? They didn't have, because we had 10 crates that we carried with us.
Well, that was like if
a big
some clubs in Japan had their what they call staple records that would be in the club.
Oh, okay.
Like
house records, like, you know what I mean, that they could use and pull from.
2 copies of Drake, 2 copies of this, 2 copies of that.
Were they all fucked up, or did they play well?
Japanese people do not fuck up their records.
So they actually had respect.
They take care of their shit. Yeah,
that's amazing.
I would get yelled at because even then in Japan, like a lot of the guys that scratch they hold the record on the side.
Like, that's how I learned how to scratch, and I can't.
Yeah, on the side. So, you touch the record, some of those guys would be like, "Oh, like no, we don't. It's sacred. Don't touch the record." And that's when I learned to scratch. That's why I still to this day it's kind of like I'm in the middle because I'm almost where the paper would normally be in that little area where it's dead. Yeah, I would scratch there. Spin the pin or move the record. Yeah. So I learned on belt drive turntables.
Ooh, and listen, I had a pair of belt drives too before I had my 12s. Ooh.
So for years, people would be like, Lex, you really don't scratch that much. I said, man, I didn't grow up scratching. I grew up just hoping the record didn't crash. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was here. And I even do it on sometimes when I'm doing my system. I'm like, I'm still here. Like instead of just pushing one record, I'm pushing one forward, one backwards. I'm still doing that to this day. What up, Slizza? Touching both records. touching both records. And, you know, now, I think now what I try to do more than anything in this era of DJing is I try to, like, I want to say just make a bunch of mashups because I really don't. It's more like I try to make my own remixes on the fly because I feel like a mashup is a little different because I feel like mashup is like what we used to do when you had two records and you're trying to EQ them so they sound good on top of each other. But if I'm stemming out the vocals or I'm stemming out the horns or something like that, it's like I'm actually remixing the record. That's what you would do. Like I like the bass line of this record. I'm gonna leave the horns of the original record and leave the acapella of that original record. And now I've not just created it, but I mean, I thought of this because Slizzard came in and Slizzard sometimes be in my stream. He was like, this blend is ridiculous. You know, he's not saying mashup because mashup would, like I said, you're forcing two records together. I always say, people's like, what's the difference between a blend and a mashup? I'm like, mashup is like when you taking two ingredients and you just mash them.
Crashing songs
Yeah,
together.
and you're making it, eat it. It's gonna taste good. You know, put this with this, put it together, eat it. It's gonna be good. I said a blend is I'll make you something you won't even know that it's three different things in one. It'll sound like that's what it's supposed to be. And I've always said this is how I know a record's eternal. Is you can take an old Michael Jackson record or an old James Brown record and put it over something new and current. And even though it's different, it still has that same, you know, you're making that face like, ooh, that's nasty.
It has to have soul to it. It has to have soul.
Those records are eternal. You know, that's how you can take a Biggie sample or a Biggie record and put it over nearly any beat to this day, and you're like, that's hot. You know, I mean, think about it, he has jazz versions of his songs. He has rock versions of his songs. He has pop
James Brown version. I'm looking for that record. I do not have that record, and I need it.
Which one?
They've got the it's like the Big Payback.
I have that. I'll give it to you. I have all those.
Like
there's actually three of them on that. It was a EP. There's three of them. I have all three of them.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll say it's unbelievable. Big Payback with Big Papa, and then there's one other one. I can't think of the third one, but yeah, I'll get them to you. I have those. Yeah, and the same thing. It's like you hear that, and it sounds like James Brown and him were together in the studio making a song together, and it'd have been lit. You know, I kind of feel like even with Prince, it's like you take a Prince lyric or a Prince beat, and you know, I've heard mashups where they've done like Prince versus Michael, and they've taken Prince vocals, put them on Michael, on Prince, and vice versa.
I love doing that. That's some of my favorite shit.
Sounds so good
because they sound so good together. Because they were like really competing with each other, like on some real shit. But they had respect for one another. But they also like
petty as fuck.
Petty as fuck. Like it was on site with both of them. They were both like passive aggressive and like.
There's this AI video I watched.
Oh my god!
And it said, "Who needs a prince when you're a king?"
Oh shit! Damn!
Shit. My camera went haywire.
Oh, no problem, bro. We're live, man. That's the thing. I love.
That's what's the best thing about being live.
Nah, you know what? I used to be worried about that because I knew, like, you know, you never wanted to train wreck at a club with a, you know, fucking dance floor, like real people and clear a floor or, you know, have a fucking bottle thrown at you or whatever. And it was trial by fire and also just trying to really think about the blending, and that's how my mentor taught me. It wasn't about like trying to crash and everything together. Like sometimes I will do that shit on purpose, like watch me do this, but I still want to make it funky, want to make it like, you know, I'll make something that's like poppy and cheesy and then all of a sudden drop, like you said, kick in the door and like be over the top. Like, so it's like, you know, bop over kicking the door, and it's like, what in the fuck is going on? And then you also you hear Biggie, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Just to make that shit happen, just because. And it's like, yes, I did make bop, and I made your head bop to bop. So, like, because that was like kind of a flex even back in the day, because I had a 4-track tape deck. And
Did you ever make 4-track mixtapes?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I would 4-track shit out and punch in, punch out, and do stuff like that. I had to. I mean, I was just doing it for myself to practice, and if it was something that was cool enough, I'd play it in my car and see if I would, and would just play it not passively and just pay attention to see if anybody reacts to something, right? You know, and, you know, and see like that'll work. All right. So I love those days.
It's, you know, even in I learned even in a club, like, only person's gonna care. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's always people who really pay attention to the mixing. I have a couple people I've had in the past, or even in my stream, where they're like, that didn't sound good. Like, you know what I mean? And I get it, whatever.
And I appreciate that shit. I actually appreciate it.
But the same token, it's like, I used to let that bother me. And because
Absolutely.
I was so trying to be such a perfectionist.
Absolutely.
But I'm like, you know, I've heard some of the best DJs in the world, and I've seen them mess up. I watched Ford's Color Zach mess up on stream. I watched Jay Espinosa mess up on stream. I watched Jazzy Jeff mess up on stream. You know, they were trying to do something on the fly, and it just didn't quite go the way they wanted it to, and brought the cue point in the wrong point. You know, and I'm like, you know, best advice I ever got from another DJ friend of mine was, he goes, Lex, stop trying to DJ to impress other DJs.
Yeah.
He goes, play for your audience. Don't worry about what other DJs are going to think about your set.
Yep.
And when I started playing like that, I became a better DJ, because I always feel like even when I make a mix, I would try to get other DJs to listen to my mix. Like, hey, check out my mixtape, or check out my mix on this Mixcloud or SoundCloud, or, you know, hey, here's my CD, check this out. And because I'm a fan of DJs. People ask me what fan of genre of music I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of DJs. And if the DJ's playing some Brazilian funk and pop music and it sounds good, I'm like, that's dope. Like, I'm locked in. You know, or somebody's just playing like a couple of DJs on Twitch play lo-fi music. You know, I'm not proficient in the genre of music, but when they play it, I'm sitting there like, this funky. I like this, you know, and that's kind of like, so I'm like, but there's an audience for it. If I don't mess, what does it say? If I don't.
So Danny says, if you don't mess up now and then, but he's British, so he's got.
Was no and then? I got it.
No and then, you know what I'm saying, mate?
No and then,
no and then. You ain't trying, mate. Much
got it,
love,
mate.
London in the morning, waking up.
And I always say it on my stream. Oh, you can't say I'm not live, people. You know.
Yeah.
We live. I mean, I've had a track not load. I'm mixing.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And
this Rev 7 keeps rebooting on me.
I've had that. I was at a gig and we were just streaming. I mean, DJing, and it kept saying no audio driver on one of the sides. And I was like, we have to turn it off, turn it back on. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you got to turn it off, turn it back on. They're like, but I'm like, there's no other way we have no other way to fix it. And sure enough, you know, turn it on, turn it back off, and it worked fine. You know, but I always tell people, I'm like, we're not, even, it could be even if you were at a gig and you only had 2 needles and one needle breaks at the gig, you're playing on one fucking turntable the rest of the night.
So you have to learn how to talk.
You had to be quick, drop, needle drop.
And talk. Bless you.
Excuse me. I've seen it. You know,
and happy birthday again, everybody. It's Lex's freaking birthday, man.
47 today, man. 47.
So you're an Aries. So I'm a Pisces because I was born
Aries.
at the first of month. So now you're the Aries, right?
My brother's a Pisces, March 2nd.
Gang, gang. Shout out to him.
Yeah. But yeah, so Japanese DJ culture, anything Japanese do, they're perfectionists.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So the one thing I'm gonna tell you about this, a DJ will not DJ in a club in Japan to learn. He's not learning in the club. Like in the US, we'll go to a club and we're a new DJ, we're just trying to get ourselves out there. No, if they're coming in a club, it's because they done perfected their craft at home before they even. And I feel like everything they do is precise. So song selection, type of mixing they're gonna do. So even hip hop culture for them is the same. So if they're engulfed in it, they're all the way in. Where I kind of feel like people in the United States, there's a hip hop culture, b-boy culture per se, if you want to call it that, whatever. But if they're a hip hop head in Japan, they're engulfing in all elements of the hip hop. If you really dig into some of these old MCs like Redman and a couple other guys, they DJ'd, they MC'd,
They did.
they b-boyed,
Absolutely.
they did graffiti. Very few people realize that that's hip hop culture. Where now it's kind of like there's no. Even if you're a DJ now, very few DJs is like, I'm a hip hop DJ. You don't hear that anymore.
Yeah.
Like very few people say I'm just a hip hop DJ anymore, because you really can't be just a hip hop DJ anymore. Because last year should prove it. We didn't have one song in the top 100. I mean, one number one song in the top 100. Been decades since that happened.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
We normally have always topped the charts some aspect of the year or month or.
But hip hop had its run, like where, there does become fatigue, and just
I think that's with any genre of music, though. I think that's with
like
any
rock,
genre.
and all of that.
Rock country had its moment where it died, then country had its moment where it came back, and I'm not saying hip hop won't come back.
Hip hop still. I think.
To where it was the staple. It was.
Yeah, I get
people
you.
wanted to sell hip hop numbers.
Yes,
remember that? Because the one thing I think kind of got rid of that was streaming. Because now, I think they said 100,000 songs come out a day. So it's like, even like the Cole project that he put out on mixtape. He did it direct to consumer through his website.
Yes,
and he did that, and while you're getting the free mixtape, when you're checking out the mixtape to download it, right before you do it, it pops up his new album. Would you like to pre-order my new album? So I'm going to give you a free one, hoping that you're going to buy the new one. Like back in the day, I don't know if you ever did this. I remember standing in line on a Tuesday.
Yes.
Waiting to get a record or waiting to get a CD. And then
remember the midnight
guy in the line where the guy comes out and goes, "Hey guys, that's it. We don't got no more. If you're here for this album, we're done." And I
next Tuesday or whenever they restock.
We'll restock on whatever day, Monday night. And I had to get in good with people at the record labels, and record stores, because they would get the copy the night before.
Yep.
So
or sometimes the weekend that they would ship during Saturday.
That was a blessing. You had it on the weekend when you're DJing when nobody else had it. So I tell people, I was like, look, let me, I think it was like $15.99. Let me give you 20, keep change, and can I get a copy? And I kind of feel like that's where it's kind of detaching, because urban culture likes exclusive. They want to be the first. I just feel like now it's like it's so hard to be the first, because if I leak a tape online, how many people are going to catch it in the first? 1 million people already downloaded it. You're not the first anymore.
Yeah.
So when you're not the first anymore, it's just you know. And so for me, I think now it's lost in in essence, music. I'm not even just hip hop. Music has lost its exclusiveness.
It
You
did.
know,
The tangibleness of it, the actual ownership of it, the real sense of monetary exchange and the amount of money that
well,
music that own a piece of music took.
you own a piece of music, you own a piece of art, own a piece of history, and then also it's like I don't know how it was in because in Japan it's a little different, but I might have been the only one with the Bone Thugs and Harmony CD on my whole high school for 3 months because I got it when I was in the States and it hadn't made its way to Japan yet. So I would tell people all the time, like, you have to now. It's like so. I literally be live and somebody's like, "Yo, such and such dropped this new song." I'll be live. I'll download it, play it right then and there. Like not like, damn, I gotta go get that, or I gotta go buy that. And now if you have a streaming service like Spotify or Tidal and your Serato, if once it's leaked to that site, it's available in your library. So it's like you can't, and
Break
now
songs.
it's like they'll drop 3-4 songs. And that's it, and then 6 months, a year later, they'll drop another 3-4 songs. Where before it was like you got an album that they worked on for 2 or 3 years.
It took that damn long for the label to release it. They might have put the shit out in a day and a half, but it still
clearing
took
the samples.
the
Now you can just go online and clear a sample in a day.
Yeah.
Put it in whatever. Now they probably got an AI for it, but put it in there. And this song contains these samples, and then they'll reach out to those people. They'll either clear them or they want a piece of the record, whatever. And then now your song's out. Some guys release a song without really clearing the sample, and then pull the song down later.
No, yeah, and Danny, I gotta say big shout out to Big Weeze, the Box Steak Bully in the house. One of the co-hosts. Haven't seen you in a while. Much love to you, fam. I hope you're doing well. Make sure you follow him. He is working on his album right now. And
he's working on an album?
Yeah, he's
Nice.
working on his album. He's gonna be releasing, and he's gonna be going on tour. And of course, Kings County Jazzo is most definitely getting ready to pop. And follow Jazzo on Instagram and to be able to stay up to date with all of the Kings County, and follow Big Weeze on Instagram to stay up to date with all of that as well. What's love, family? But I feel what you're saying, like the exclusivity, but it's the tangibleness, and that is what's difficult as far as this digital age and my way of thinking. Because, just like going to the barber shop, there were days that were spent in the record store. I mean, like, I spent entire days, like from morning all the way. I'd order lunch with the people at the record store, and I'd be closing the record store with them, and like we'd be going to the bar and shit. And I got a car,
especially if they listen to the records in the store. Cause some places you let you listen to them.
Yeah, well, shit. Some places would, like the one place would, as they would get them in, they would just set the stuff aside. Like I had one guy, thank God, his name was Nolan. He was like, he knew, because I was like, that was my primary spot. Because I mean, they were giving me, they were robbing that place from me or whatever. But I mean, it was me, and it was because they loved my mentor too. And he was like, you need this in your collection. You need this, you need this, you need this, you need this. And I'll be like, can you please find this? done my ear, and because I'd come back like every day and check in with them just every day, and what came in, what came in, what came. I mean, but it was like, I don't know. I mean, you had to do that to be a DJ, to actually, like you said, be able to play for a long amount of time, to have a good song selection, but you also had to listen to your music over and
Yep.
over and over and over and over and over.
You got to learn it. You got to
it.
learn, like, people was like, oh, when you're in this pocket, I feel like I'm like, dude, I said, these songs I know every ad lib, everything, and I feel like that's where we're kind of like, like I'll sing along with so many records, but then like I said, some of the new stuff, I'm just like, and it's not that I don't listen to it because I play it in my stream all the time, or I listen, hear on the radio, the car, whatever, but it just doesn't sit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we would put it in the seat in the Walkman or your Discman, and you would sit there like, that was all day, every day. Because there wasn't a lot of music.
To one CD or record or tape or whatever.
On
play
like
games all night long.
Yes. Yeah. Or even like a song, like a tape or something, a compilation tape you put together, right? Of like, these are like the 30 top songs that are out right now. I'm going to put 15 or 10 on each side, whatever. Mm-hmm. And, after a while, it's like those songs become like a part of your soul. So when you play that record, it's like this is a moment in time. Like, it just takes you to that. I always, my kids laugh at me because they're like, Dad, when did this? And I'm like, I'll think of a song that was released at that time period. Yeah. And that's how I'll know when it happened. Like, when did this happen? Because, as a DJ, you're like, what was I playing then? Oh, that was when this out. So I was like 94, 95. Like it clicks that quick. I'll be on stream playing something, and someone's like, when did this come out? And I'm like, well, I was a junior, so it had to be 95 or 96, Or I remember buying this record when I was in this place at this time.
Yeah.
And that was this year, Or now I'll play something that's new, and I'm talking new, like, let's just say the last 10 years, 15 to 16 fair. Now. That's to fair. Now, last 10 years.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you
digital years.
Some of these records when they came out. Like, if you asked me, I couldn't really be like, because I only played them to play them for the club. I only played them to play for the mixtape or the radio station.
They do feel like a blur. And I don't know if it's like, the surgeries or what.
No, it's like, and then I think, and sometimes I'll be like, well, that just came out like 5-10 years ago. And then I'll look at it and I'm like, shit, that came out in 2006. Yeah. That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, like,
but
oh my God.
It didn't resonate with me until here.
What? That's old? That's old? What do you mean that's old?
Yeah, and I feel like and I had a disconnect for about 10 years DJing. I got married in 2002, split up around 2011. And those years I only really played at home.
Okay.
So whatever I bought was what I bought.
Yeah.
Granted, this is when Napster and LimeWire and all that came out. I still really wasn't a computer guy, like computer DJ. I was still DJing on turntables and CD players.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I got a computer and started getting music, I would realize there was a pocket of music that I really didn't know.
Okay.
Because at those years I didn't play. Oh shit, Missy with the raid.
Yo, DJ Missy with a raid. Much love.
It's her birthday today too.
Missy. Happy birthday, DJ Missy.
Hey.
Yo. Shout out to DJ Missy.
Bow, 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 bow.
Yo, welcome in Raiders. And if you're new
South
here.
South Carolina in the building.
Oh, hey. Yeah.
But yeah, so, I now have accumulated some of that. Though, obviously through all the music we've accumulated over the years. But I tell people all the time, I'm like, I feel like it's like you can't, if you really love this craft, it's like you gotta stay locked in. Even if it's new, like find stuff that you might like, that resonates with you or comes but you can't just put yourself in this like, nah, I'm not gonna fuck with that. You know, if you want to be quote unquote a relevant new DJ, if you just want to be known as the old school guy, cool, be known as the old school guy. But like Danny Chaz said, you can really dig in these service. Like I'm gonna tell you, a DJ who really shows me that is Mr. Wilson. He'll play some shit, and I'm like, who is this? This is dope. This is great. And he'll be like, oh, this is such and such. And you're like, now I'm going down the rabbit hole of that person. You know, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I love when people say, you mind if I play some music in your car? Yeah, go ahead. Because they'll play something and I'm like, who's that?
Yeah,
Who's
that's true.
that? You know, because there's so much music coming out now.
Yes, there
It's
is.
impossible to be.
There's
even
no
if you
way to
went,
keep up with it. There's no Tuesday. It's just
unless you
like,
only want to play
fuck.
what's relevant, and then let's just be real. 90% of if you play probably a song, go back a year and look at the top 100, half of those songs you couldn't play now, and people be like, "Ooh, that's my shit," you know.
Yeah.
You know, and so I just really like, you know, we really got to put ourselves in a situation now where we can do something like that, because I feel like that's where now I'm in that realm. I'm looking for stuff now where I'm just like, this would be good on Soul Stars. This would be good. Like, this would be good on Twitch and Chill. You know, this would be good on Rock and Pop, or this would be good on Friday Night House Sessions. You know, and then I just incorporate that into the red light, whatever, all these different genres of music that I play. I mean, I'll get in the pocket, you know, where I'll play, I'm just playing R&B, or I'm just playing old school, or I'm just playing this. But it's nice to be able to weave in and out when you have a crate, or I put a lot of music that I feel like these are the best ones. I label them differently. So when I hit a certain search, all those pop up. Mm-hmm. So I have every genre with these realm of music.
Are you a Serato user, record box user?
Serato. I started on Tractor.
Okay, Tractor.
My first controller was a Hercules, and it was virtual DJ, and I hated it. Gotcha. I was like, this is stupid. It's dumb. I hate it.
You didn't like virtual DJ, but that was, you know, it's evolved, man. Like that. Like,
well, my friend, I have
it's crazy.
My roommate, he uses it when he's putting his music together.
Yeah,
on his computer.
These guys, they just. And then
I know guys that do video that only use virtual DJ for video.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just like a laptop.
Yeah. So, and well, now you can use control vinyls for them. You can use, you know, like it's and virtual DJ, almost any controller you plug it in, you can MIDI map it to that.
No,
controller.
For sure. But what I'm saying is that what blows my mind, and it is the fact that a DJ just shows up with a laptop.
Oh, just with laptop. Yeah.
Does
the whole show. Yeah. And it's nice with it.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, okay, it's like you gotta, man, shit. All right.
You got it. I'm over here. Yeah.
I'm all right. So, handle your business.
I like Tractor because I was anti-waves. Like, the waves, like stacking, or the, you know, like I feel like that was cheating. Like, you know, to see the mix to me was a cheat.
So Tractor didn't have the
Tractor. Now it does. Now you can.
But back in those days, it did not have the sound waves.
It was like CDJs. Like, you had this and you had that.
Got you. Okay.
And so you had to do everything by ear.
Okay.
And Tractor, in my opinion, the latency is quicker. Like,
okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why Craze used it for so long. Because the scratching, he liked how quick it was. Now Serato sponsors him, so he's Mr. Serato guy. But when I met him and I asked him,
get money.
No, I ain't mad at that. Or free, just get free whatever. You know, free controllers, free, you know, decks, whatever, or travel and gigs.
Yeah.
But I started playing this club, and every time we were going to play, it was a process of switching out for us to play, because we were going from Serato to Tractor, and we'd have to hook up one deck and then do it and hook up the other deck. And so finally I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get Serato, because they already had the box. And what they would do is on the Pioneer 900, they would sample like the loop and then leave the loop going while you switched out DJs, and then did that. And so when you start traveling, it just Serato was the staple. Wherever you went, it was like a plug and play. So I was like, okay, I'll go to Serato. And now it's like I'm so Serato that it's like, hey, record box, nah. Like I'll look at it, I'll mess with it a little bit. I'm like, nah. And I've not messed with virtual DJ since I had the Hercules. I take that back. I think it was like 2015 New Year's Eve. I was traveling and I had to rent a controller from Guitar Center, and it only worked with virtual DJing. And so I had to download it and do all that, put all my music into it. I wasn't happy. Like it was just, and then, and again, it's like, if you used to play on 1200s and then you go to someone's and then they got something else, it's like, ugh, because now it's a.
Can I tell you? Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm having the most difficult time. And because I had this, my mixer broke, and Mama Boogie blessed me for my 50th, and she was like, "Get that business and go get that money, son, and be able to go out and do some gigs without having to take a dining room table." You know what I'm saying? The 1200s and every so.
So that's why you got the F7
I got the rev that way, and I'm having the most difficult time. Like, and it's not difficult in a way that, oh my God, like, but it's like the shit's not in the right spot, but I know that I'm only using 1/10 of it, but it's still, I'm having to, because if I want to drag the platter the way I used to drag the platter to catch, or speed it, the platter, or push the, the plate, it's
different feel.
Well, it's even sound. It'll computer like, I can get it, because sometimes, you need to get aggressive to get it to go, and then it sounds different I don't know. Like, I may have a bum Rev 7, man.
Well, no, it's probably your key lock too. So when you put it in key lock, when you're pushing the record, it's trying to stay in key while you're pushing the record, as opposed to when it's not in key lock and you push the record, it's like a regular record. I had to learn that. So I had a question one time. Well, what's up, J-Mon? How some people can scratch.
J-Mon.
How some people can scratch and it sound like a record.
Yeah.
How are they making this sound like a record? Like,
yeah.
When I do it, it sounds kind of digital. And then I watched, that's one of the wonderful things about YouTube and Instagram. When the reels popped up, did you know in Serato, if you do this, you can get this sound instead of this sound? And I was like, and it was key lock.
Got you.
Yeah, so just try it. Turn your key lock off, and then try that, and see if it's a difference for you.
I will.
Yeah, because I think when you're using turntables, it has relative mode, right? So the relative mode is like a real turntable.
That's what.
Where most controllers don't have relative mode; they just have controller mode. But if you take off the key lock, it kind of gets rid of that relative. It puts it back almost in the relative mode.
Ta-da.
That's my advice. And if it doesn't work, then I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, look. The more you know. Like, you know what I mean? Message.
Well, it was like the blind loop. I didn't know. One day someone was like, I was DJing with this turntablist, and I was like, man, how does he, because he'd be like, and he told me, he was like, I use a blind loop, and I go, what's that? He goes, I bring the record past the front of the record and I hit a loop. So it keeps the record there. So when you're doing something on this side, all you gotta do is tap the cue point and it drops the record right where it needs to drop it. Where some, like, if not,
I know exact. Yep.
because we're so used to the cue points, we're not used to play. Like, especially a turntabilist.
Yes.
No turntabilist pushes play. They push the cue point.
Exactly.
Or they hold the record.
Right.
So with the blind loop,
it's holding the record.
it makes you stay on the cue points. And once he showed me that, I was like, oh, no brainer. Because sometimes you want to manipulate this record by doing this, but you can't because if you can't, we never, as a turntablist, or if you start on table, you never paused it and then hit play because it's gonna drag. It's never gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, you could quarter turn. You had a quarter turn on a 1200. If you had a real 1200 with the direct drive, it was a quarter turn. It was from the light back, or you know what I mean? Boop, just a quarter turn from the actual start stop stem to the light, and you would hit start, and it would be in time right there. But of course, I mean, no.
But that's a timing thing you got to learn.
You had to learn that. But I always held the side of the record like they did in Japan, and be able to
and let it go. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the blind loop now. Instead of having to hold it,
crazy.
You hit the blind loop, and you should start the record at the beginning, bring it forward just a little bit where it's dead space, loop it like a second or a fourth or a quarter, whatever, and it just sits there in this idle. And then when you're ready to launch the record, you just launch the record from the cue point. And once he taught me that, I was like, okay, I'm good. Goes Boogie's and deep in thought over there.
Yeah,
It's crazy because when he explained it, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense.
No, I'm sitting over here oh, level up. Because, yeah, Danny Chaz, he's still holding the side of the jog wheels. He's got static platters, right? And and I sit there and I'm holding. I'm like, why do I have to hold this this Rev 7 for maybe 30 seconds or a minute? Just sitting there holding it and you know what I mean, and just bouncing it. It's like I don't have to do that. It's a crazy thing. So, it's definitely a different world, and it's a different beast. And I was one of those guys, and I would always pride myself on being able to mix shit and blend shit without sync. You know what I mean? And now I got a controller. It's like, why the fuck? I still don't use it, right? Where other people abuse it. But if I'll get it really close, and I'm looking at I'll get the point, the first point, but then sometimes it's like, hey man, I gotta go. I gotta hit that sync button and bap, bap. It's like a beautiful thing. But it's like I've got a controller. Why am I fronting? Just use technology. It ain't, as long as it does it sound good. All right, then work. So make it happen.
For sure. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Bro, I mean, I just have loved just sitting here talking to you about everything in regards to the one thing I do want to ask you about is, for you had mentioned the records and buying the records, right? When you hold a record, do you still have any of your records, your original records?
Yeah, that's why I said I picked up a crate of them the other day.
Yeah, so you've got that, and you get those when you grab those. Do you actually have memories or
oh fuck yeah! Every time I grab a crate of records, even if it's just to move to one house to another house or move from one room,
it's
once you pick it up, it's like flashback.
I mean, you can smell it'll bring back smells and thought it's ridiculous. And that's the reason why
just cover, just looking at a cover of a record, I've gone through records and even though I've had them for decades, some of those records I've had since I used to, my bro, they used to DJ at the house. I used to watch them. They had a little handful of records. And then when I became a DJ, they had already stopped for years. And they gave me these records. So to me, those records, when I see those records, I always think about Like the first time I saw the record, how I was just like, oh, look at this record. But my mom and dad, when I was little, they would come home, like not come home, but find me in the living room, and I'd have all my dad, like not all of them, but like 5 or 6 or 10 vinyls laid out on the floor, just the box, and still in the, not the actual records, but the whole 12-inch, and I would be looking at the covers, just looking at the covers, like nut. I had no idea what was behind the cover. Like my dad would get so mad because you don't touch your dad's vinyl, and yeah. So, my mom would be like, but look, like he's just so intrigued. He's not messing. And he's like, yeah, but he can warp them. He can do this. He can do that. Like,
Why do you think I got my own record collection and my own record player at 3? Because my dad wasn't playing that shit. Like, you know
he's
what I
like,
mean? Like,
don't touch my shit. Get your own. Yeah.
until I could be, and then once I proved that he was like, he actually hasn't fucked that record up. And he's like, okay, he's handling it right. It's like, yeah, he knows.
And it's crazy how you can teach a kid that, like grab it like this, put it on there, don't touch this part. Like that was the other thing. So my dad was so big on the same thing, not touching the record. So scratching to me was intimidating.
Yeah.
Like, how do I do this without touching the record, or getting my fingerprints on it, or messing it up, or like I got records where you can tell where it was scratched. Like it's got that groove in it. Like you play the record and then you get to that one part and you're like, it's like it's crystal clear, and those are it's even if I find them in a record, like in a store somewhere, and I'll buy it like a used record and I'll play it. And I'll be like, oh, I used to bring the record back. Yeah, right there. Like you hear it. You hear it. You're like, yeah, that's the part. Because you dug the hell out of that one part of the record. Especially if you're a heavy-handed.
You could bring it back with a number 2 pencil. Dawn dish soap and a number 2 pencil was my number 1 weapon, man. Like that saved a lot of everything. You know what I mean? And kept. I still do. I haven't done,
and I need to do. Once I get probably here sometime this year, is I need to just pull out every single one of them and clean them.
Yeah,
I know they've just been.
I've got. I mean, my God.
Yeah, but you don't think about it until like, what if I ever do want to play them? Then I'm gonna be sitting there spending more time cleaning the record than playing the record.
It almost is worth getting that like $500 like sonic cleaner where it just like does the whole daggone thing.
Yeah.
Like it'll magnetically
I thought about
seal the,
a couple years ago. I thought about getting it. I had a friend of mine about 10 years ago started printing records.
Okay.
And then about 2-3 years ago, I thought about it. I thought about getting back into it because vinyl is kind of taking this turn where people want vinyl. And I was gonna reach out to like these little indie artists and stuff and be like, hey, I'll print you out some albums, and DJ, like make my own battle records and things like that. But Midget Mike, oh wow, I forgot about that guy.
He's still around.
Yeah, part of the crew. But yeah, man, like for me, it's like there's so many things that spark that old, like, even just sometimes playing a record that I used to play back in the day. That was a record that I played a lot. Then I play it on a stream and I'm just like, man, I remember buying this. I remember opening it up. I remember, skipping this record when I first heard it because I wanted to hear this other song I knew. But later on, this became the record that I fucked with. Yeah. It's like people didn't realize, like in our generation, what made a good album was a no skip album. If it was a no skip album, that was a good album.
Yes.
I need my 10%. You always try to get some money out of me.
The no skip album was definitely that was.
And now it's like that's why I think people to this day, it's like, again, it's like you're only, if it shows up in your recommended songs or somebody told you about it, but I'm the guy that if I find an artist I like, I'm trying to go listen to his discography. Like, let me listen to everything. I don't want to just hear the stuff that YouTube is playing or you got, and Buy man, buy records was. I mean, I still do it now, but it's just not the same.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I don't know. It's not, and like, I just don't because like, man, I got enough. Unless it's something that I just gotta fucking have, and there's a lot that I just gotta fucking have because it's.
But
I gotta have
even
them
now,
all.
some of these re-release stuff, to me, it doesn't sound like it did when it came out.
True,
It's like,
because they've changed it. They
yeah,
really have. I mean,
it's just
they've gone
compressed.
in and
Yeah, it's not like when
it's
they made the
compressed.
record. They made, they were playing the tape to the record. Now it's, they're getting the MP3 offline and printing a record. It's not the same.
Yeah,
But
it's
all in
crazy.
all, man, I appreciate you having me, and I just think that like DJ culture doesn't get enough, like, because everybody's like, they say everybody's a DJ now. Everybody, we get laptops.
What separates that in your mind? Like, what makes a DJ in your mind? What is someone that you would consider a DJ?
I say it's so hard to put a label on it now because part of me wants to say, the whole elements like mixing, song collection, the whole nine. But like you said, I seen a guy show up with a laptop and rock a whole room. Like, so I feel like if you just know how to string along the right kind of records and you can control the environment that you're in, that makes you a DJ. Not because you know how to mix two records together. Because you can have a guy that can have the best speakers, the best controller, the best decks, and the best laptop, and the best hard drive, and all this stuff. And then you got the guy who's got the PC laptop that takes 10 minutes to turn on, the hard drive that takes 30 minutes to load, and it will destroy you.
Yes, destroy you. Old head just come up.
Recently, Icy Ice was on vacation, and he's playing on this little controller.
Yeah.
And another DJ I know has the same controller. That's what he plays on his show. And somebody made a comment. They were like, how come he makes that controller sound like that? And when you're on your little controller, you sound like that. And I same piece of equipment, right? And I say that's an experienced DJ. An experienced DJ, it doesn't matter what you put in front of them. T-Pain said it best. Because they were like, oh, you DJ? He's like, yeah. And he goes, but you're not a real DJ if you can't walk in a club, push the DJ to the side, and whatever he has on that laptop, you make it work. Not, oh, I don't have my thumb drive, or I don't have my laptop, or I didn't bring my records. Like I was the guy in the club that would go say what's up to the DJ. Hey, you want to throw down a few? Sure. All right. Yeah. All the ones on the left I already played. All the ones on the right I ain't played yet.
Yeah.
You walk away. It was up to me to go through these records and create a vibe.
Something.
Yeah. And that's how I feel about DJing. It's like, I should be able to go to your house and rock on. I mean, yeah, I'd bring my laptop. It's cool because you can hook up two laptops. But if I was like, I've done that, I'll just play off your laptop, bro. No worries. What? Yeah, I'll just play off. And they look at you like, you're weird. And I'm like, no, because I have an hour set. I'm sure you have enough music in there I can play for an hour. Because there's not enough room for me to set up. I'll just, instead of being inconvenienced, then I was at the Streamer Social with IQ. And iBay was standing right here. And the DJ before me, it was taking forever to like switch out. And I grabbed my laptop. I was over there. And I stuck it. And there was like a little area between here and the side of the record booth, of the DJ booth. I just put my laptop on its side. And was rocking the first like half of my set before I was able to like pick it up and put it up. And I'll never forget this. He goes, this is how I know you're professional. He goes, you just stuck your laptop on the side and just, I was like, sometimes when I play in some clubs, there's no way. I've been in clubs where there's no room for a laptop. And if you don't, and even there's no room for a stand, there's no room for a laptop. Like whoever designed it was not thinking, and there's enough room to play. The CDJs fit and the mixer fit. or is designed for people with thumb drives, not with computers. So I've put it on a chair where I can't even see it. Find the next record, cue it up. All right, boom. Now, like with your controller, it's right there.
No, mine doesn't. Well, I don't know if I can search the library.
No, it's there. Trust me. You can set it up to where you can see the wave patterns on
the
deck.
wave patterns are there, but but I don't need to worry.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you're playing an hour set, and it's a certain genre of music, and you put your crate there.
The only thing that I don't like I don't have the ability to search. Like if I didn't have to look at the computer or touch the computer.
That's why I want the rain system. I really want the rain system one.
Yeah.
Where everything's right here.
Just all right there. And
I want it I want it more for streaming than anything.
Yeah.
I'll still use this for gigs, and I'll have the rain system one for streaming.
And that's the Performer 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's 4. That's the motorized.
No, this one's not motorized. This one's not. This one's the Rain 4, not the motorized.
The Rain 4, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's been almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
I was getting a new controller, and my dad wanted to get it for me. So I gave him, I wasn't going to be picky. So he says, I sent him like 5 different links to different controllers. And this is what he bought. Everybody's like, oh, why didn't you get the platter? I said, man, it was a gift. I'm not going to, it's a blessing. I'm not going to. What I like motorized platters, yeah, like that's really what I was planning to get was this one, but the Performer for streaming and use this for gigs. And then when that Rain System 1 came out, I was like, nah, I'm getting that. JB!
Shout out to JB.
I was like, when that came out, I was like, I'm getting that. That's what I'm getting. Because for me, that I've watched so many videos on it and stuff, and I just love the fact, like you said, you can scroll. All your songs are right there. Like, everything's available.
Yeah, I mean, that was the S11 that I really, really wanted. But then, I was like, if I got the S11, I'm still carrying turntables, and that's still a bad thing. So,
and for you, I tell everybody, like, once I went to a controller, people had their comments, but I was gigging 7 days a week.
Yeah, I mean.
So I was like, setting up 2 turntables and a mixer 7 days a week was just not the business. So I got I had a Rev. My first controller after that Hercules was the Rev 7. I had the Rev 7 with the motorized platters. And then from there, I went to the Rain 1, but then it busted on me. And
did it?
Yeah, like the left channel just stopped working. And I had this Pioneer that I used for a while for streaming because I had it. And then finally I went to this.
Yeah, I mean.
But like I said, the Rain System 1 is where I think I'm going to go.
That's dope. Now, got to ask you, you had mentioned that you had opened up for like Ice Cube and a bunch of different acts. Did you?
Man, I was just talking about that today. I was playing Friday by Ice Cube, and I said I was playing West Coast Fest. And, rule of thumb, when you open up for an artist, you don't play their music.
Absolutely.
Unless you have their set list and you know what songs they're going to play, then you can play those.
Yeah.
Like I big up Chris Brown's DJ. Chris Brown's DJ plays nothing but Chris Brown records that he doesn't perform. So it's like you're getting the whole Chris Brown experience.
You're getting the entire catalog thrown at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's dope. That
is dope. That's respect to that.
Yeah. So I'm playing this West Coast Fest, and when you're DJing, and I'm sure you've done this, you're in a groove, and crowds screaming, everybody's having a good time. I mean, there was like 20, 30,000 people there, when you got crowd control with 20,000 people, their arms, I was, and next thing I know, and it was Friday. So I'm dropping this, I have this version where it has like Montell in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
Right when he started saying, oh yeah, put your hands in the air, it clicked. Fuck Ice Cube, it's his record. So I mixed out of it real quick. Nobody said nothing. Nobody even noticed. But I did,
So you were like in the moment, like,
it was just
were you
the
tight?
right record. It was the right record. It was like,
were you tight?
Record.
in there, like
Yeah.
did that make you tight? So you're like,
Yes, man. Ass cheeks
oh,
was like clack. I was like, ah.
you had to play
And
it
then you
off
on
though. You
panic
had to play
mode,
it
right? You're in
smooth,
panic mode now.
and have to be smooth with it too. Oh,
Yeah, that was the part. It was like I gotta switch this and not make it sound like I'm trying to rush out of this record and there's no stems then, so I couldn't just take the
no.
words out. Like, so but yeah, I've had the honor and blessing, even when I was with that's how I met DJ Rectangle. So
So you've met
when I was in
Rectangle.
that
You know
group in
Rectangle.
Japan,
I'm,
I
okay, I
didn't
don't know
know who he
shit.
was. I was in the group in Japan and we got to sound check hella early
Mm-hmm.
because it was Dove Shack and the Twins.
Yeah.
They were the group. They had just came out with Summertime at LBC. He just come out
G-Funk
with
era, baby.
Round and Round by those records were all just coming out. So we get out there and those guys love to freestyle. So we sat there for probably 4 or 5 hours before the bar even opened, from like 3, 4 o'clock to like 10 o'clock at night, just freestyling. And Rectangle I was just watching them because I was just like, I don't even want to play. Like, I don't want to touch nothing. Like,
God was ridiculous.
bro. So sound check's over and he's playing his Mortal Vinyl Combat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mixtape he made. And it's on a tape. And he's playing it. And our performance was on tape and on vinyl. But he offered to play the vinyl part. All I had to do was, in the way their stuff was set up, I had to go way over here to play the music. So I was just playing more glorified production than anything for this particular event. But I was their DJ and I made their music, so we were together. Well, at the end of the night, I go up to Rectangle and I'm like, hey man, you left your mixtape in the tape player. He goes, keep it. I got more. So I got to keep it. And I go to Hawaii like a year or two later, and I'm at the swap meet. If you ever go to Honolulu, Hawaii, they have a swap meet at the UH. They take the entire football stadium parking lot and turn it into a swap meet on Saturdays and Sunday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Sick.
When it's not. So I found this guy selling mixed CDs, like different DJ CDs. So he had a bunch of rectangles, and I bought them. So I'm listening to him in my head, in my Discman in the car, and it sounds different than the one I got, but it's the same mix. That's when I learned about production mixing and
Versus
and layers, and because in my head I'm like, how's he doing this? How's he got this song and that acapella and that sample and he's scratching over it, and that's when I learned, and that made me become a big mixtape guy. So that's what got me on the radio.
okay.
Which, being with the radio station, always put me in a position to open up for these acts or meet these artists. And then living in Japan, my dad ran the NCO club on the base.
Okay.
So I wasn't old enough to go to the shows. So my dad would put me as a spotlight guy in the thing. So I was the spotlight guy for Def Squad, Montell Jordan, all these guys. I would get to DJ, but I was supposed to stay there. So I would DJ my set, and then my dad goes, all right, go in the spotlight. But then off base, in Japan, they don't card. Now they do because it's such a tourist town now, they card people. But when I was living in Japan, they didn't card us. In Japan, it was an etiquette system. No teenager would go into a bar. So guess what we would, because we're American kids and we're spoiled and we do what we want. So my dad would be like, my dad was the coolest. Like, my dad picked up Smokey Robinson from the airport, Cameo, like, and they would hang out at our house. And my mom's best friend, her husband or boyfriend, he did all the comedians that came into to the base. So I remember Earthquake and Shirley Murdoch sitting in my living room telling jokes, drinking beers with my mom.
That's
like,
dope.
Shirley
Murdoch though. Hold on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, Sinbad in my house, chilling, talking shit with my dad, telling my dad my dad's yellow bone just like him, but calling my dad more yellow bone than him. Like, I'm darker skinned than you, nigga. Like that type shit. And and
that's
seeing
crazy.
that other side of them, and I mean, I probably it's crazy because I'll watch like these reels now with like Vlad TV and stuff, and I'll see a comedian, they're talking to him. That nigga was in my house. Like, I didn't even know his name, because it's pre-internet, So like, I would come home from hanging out with my friends and, walk in the house and there's a group of people at a table, group of people in the living room, group of people in the kitchen. Everybody's laughing. I mean, get a room full of comedians in a house drinking, talking shit. It was comical. Like it was like listening to Richard Pryor records,
What was the most memorable moment for you, man? Like through it all and
With it all, everything.
Yeah,
Well,
like I mean, because
my pivotal moment was that
Yeah.
Dove Shack and the Twins. I'll never forget that. Like being elbow to elbow with them, just realizing they're regular guys. I'll never forget. I met this dude. He said he knew Outkast, and I'm since day one, like that to this day. Those are my guys.
Dungeon.
And I'm like, oh man, that's so cool. And he's like, man, this is after Southern Playlisted, right before AT Aliens came out. Man, them niggas still on the corner in the same Cadillac they bought when they got their record deal with no money. Because, that's how the touring was where the money was at. And yeah, they had record sales, but after you buy your mom a house, you buy yourself a Cadillac, do this, do that, and you're a group. So everything's split 50-50. And I'm sure Organized Noise was getting a piece of it too, on top of the Face. And, I didn't think about the hierarchy of them. Like, first is LaFace, then it's L.A. Reid and Babyface getting paid, and then it's Dungeon Family getting paid, and then it's Outkast getting paid, And I always say I think that's why Dre went to production on the second album. He was like, I see where the fucking money's at. You know what I mean? Let me start making these beats so I can get some bigger checks. So for me, the pivotal moment and all that, because I was like, they're regular guys at this point. And then when I did the first West Coast Fest, it was with Warren G and High C and Sugar Free, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Mac 10, and I'm backstage smoking with these guys, drinking with these guys, and you just forget they're regular people. I remember I'm in the club in Japan with Eric Sermon, Redman, and Keith Murray. Keith Murray's talking to somebody's wife. Ends up getting hit upside the head with a chair.
Keith
I'm
Murray
like, yo,
got
Keith
hit.
Murray. I'm telling Red, like, yo, your dude's getting beat up. And he was like, man, he should be fucking with people's wives. Like, that's how Red was like, you know what I mean? Like, so then I run into Redman years later at a concert, and I'm telling him the story. Like, I'm, hey man, I don't remember me. I mentioned Japan. I told him the story, and I'm like, do you mind if you sign? Because my friend was like, can you give me Redman's autograph? And I had a dollar bill, and he wrote his name on it. Horrible scene, horrible. Like the way I was like, she gonna think I fucking did this shit. So a friend, I'm walking back to my friends. This guy goes, can I have the pen? And he grabs the pen and he goes, Red. He goes, hey, Red, can I have an autograph? So Red grabs the pen, signs it, hands him the paper, and throws the pen. Like, I'm like, he's that guy. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, man, fuck this shit. So for me, it's those little tidbit moments. But I was at this guy named Steve Hicks' house. Social Club Rumors, that song. He was their producer of this record. He's a friend of my dad's in the military.
Club
so my dad knew I was into music.
Of that, right?
What was that?
With Club Nouveau and all of that.
Club Nouveau, yeah.
Jay King and the whole.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
My dad saw the record on the wall and he goes, what'd you do for them? He's like, oh, that's my song. Plays the song for us. So my dad sees the keyboard and he goes, oh, you play the keys? And he's like, no, I play chords. Like I taught myself chords. Kind of like that's how
Why you treat me so bad.
Dre now plays the piano, but Dre said he started off with just playing chords, like figuring out patterns and
which is math in itself. Correct.
And so I'm sitting there, he's playing chords for me. Then we come back like next year to his house. When it was like we didn't go there a lot, but we would go there, and he had a little studio in his room. And then now I'm looking on the wall, and there's a Luniz plaque on the wall. I got 5 on it. And I was like, so now I'm asking questions. My dad was asking about the rumors, and I'm asking about this. And he goes, And he goes, you were here. You were here. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, the chords. And he started playing the chords. But I didn't know that's what he was playing at the time. Fast forward, I've DJed for Luniz a bunch of times at this point.
Dope.
I'm at West Coast Fest. My son's with me. It's his first concert. He's spoiled, by the way. My son will never go to a concert unless he's backstage.
Exactly.
He's like,
sound booth at backstage, and I'm not happy either.
Yeah,
it's like, man, fuck this shit.
Yeah, mine with the engineers or mine
right.
Spotlight.
I got something to do. I won't be.
Yeah. So my son comes up to me and goes, Dad. He brought the $100 bill, and I'm like, where the fuck did you get that? And Yuck Mouth gave him $100 because they took a picture together. And this is what he told him. This is the way of the world works now with content.
Yeah.
He says, when you're famous, you let everybody know that Yuck Mouth and the Luniz paid you for your first picture when you're famous. Because I go, think about it. It's an investment. If that kid ever does become famous and tells that story, good thing becomes relevant all over again. Yeah. I was like, that's fucking genius. Like, you know what I mean? He's like, you got swag, kid. I can see you. He goes, you want to be famous, huh? My son still wants to be famous. And he's like, yeah. So we're doing this 420 show, and I get there early. And when I show up, it's just and their Luniz are the only ones in the building. And the promoter and a couple other people. And I'm like, hey, guys. They're like, oh, what's up? All good. Because they, of course, they don't remember my name, but the face, and it's crazy because every time I see them, they go, do you still have our set list? I'm like, yeah, because I had a folder literally with all their music. I was like, yeah, I still got it. Bet. I ain't even got it. Man, it's easy. It's going to be easy. I'll give you the playlist. And they loved it because if they ever wanted to improvise, I had it. Like, they're like, yeah, they felt that record, play this record. They come talk to me and I'm playing it. So we're walking, and again, I'd probably known him for about 5-6 years at this point. And we're walking, and I said, hey, this and that, and then I mentioned, I said, just like when I was living in Japan and Steve Hicks was making your record, and they both stopped. I'm behind them, and they both stopped, and they both, how you know that name? How you know him? So I told them the story, and they're like, why didn't you tell us? I said, I didn't want to be, we vibed. I didn't want it to be, because I know your homie. Same thing with Ed Reed. I know Peter Boulware personally.
Really?
And, I did, so right after they won the Super Bowl, his brother married my ex-wife's cousin. I did the wedding. I did the video. I helped her plan it. And then they had a band, so they'll DJ. But I became cool with them. Michael, Peter, we all became cool. Mm-hmm. When I met Ed, it wasn't until like 2 years later I mentioned I knew Peter. And then he said the same thing. Like, Ed was like, yo, why didn't you tell me you knew Peter? I said, because I wanted, like, I didn't, we vibe. I didn't want you to I don't want to co-sign. And my favorite person on Twitch is my best friend, ADMC.
ADMC is a dope ass.
When I met 80, another artist I opened up for was Mystical. And the other DJ was Beats by the Pound. Yes, we DJ'd together. So I was playing like all the old No Limit shit. And I played a remix, something, and he came up to me, and this is one of the best compliments I ever got from it. And it's happened twice to me with music, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to need that. I don't even got that. I'm going to need that. So the promoter for that party, his name was J Miz, this guy named Jamar. And Jamar would book me for other acts. I did Obie Trice and a couple other people and stuff like that. Dope. I've done DJ Quik and Obie Trice they use this box that they launch all their samples and sounds and music from. It's this huge box. It takes like DAT players stuff in it, and you just got like all these buttons on it. And it's crazy because Quik will have a set, and I'll play in his set, and he'll just go up there and improvise and change the whole set. Obie Trice was the same way. Because they would say a lot of times when they travel, there's not a DJ. And they don't travel with a DJ because they don't make enough money on the road to have a DJ on the bill, on their rider. So they've gotten so used to doing it themselves, But
because I've even seen Quik perform with just an MPC. And he's
Yeah,
sitting
and
there.
same shit. He's just doing it himself, making beats, make a loop, and then sit there and rhyme over it. So, I'm sitting there, all these people I've met and all these experiences I've had. Like, I remember Too Short. That's the first time I met Too Short. The club got shot up. Like there was a fight, and all of a sudden gunfire. So we were going in the back in the green in the VIP room. I was with the radio, so it was me, my ex, and a couple other people, and then like Too Short, and then all these girls and the radio heads, and then people from the club. And my ex was like, "I'm gonna go get a signature from Too Short's, my sister's favorite artist." I'm like, "All right, cool." She comes back, her face is like pale, and I'm like, "What's wrong with you?" And she's like, "Yeah, I didn't get the autograph." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "I thought circle jerk was a joke, but these women are over there really giving him a circle jerk." like it's a room full of people, and there's women are all around him, and he's getting a circle jerk while gunfire is happening in the other side of the building, and like, so it was like the most Too Short shit I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I didn't see it, but I seen where it
feel
was
you.
happening, and I'm just like, I'm like, holy crap. Like,
Too Short?
bro. So, like, it's like for me, they're all their own experiences. Like, I have moments where I've met all these different people and interviewing people at the radio station, or back in the day when you worked at the radio, A&Rs would come to take you to eat lunch and ask you to break records and stuff. And then, I've just met so many incredible people along the way. But meeting DJ Rectangle and Dove Shack and the Twinz, that was the moment where I felt like because we've been doing music at that point probably for like 3 years. Like we kind of felt like and then L.A. Reid came to our high school in Japan, and the guy in our group performed for him, and the guy L.A. Reid gave dude in our group a card, wanted to sign him. We had a rap R&B group in the 90s, which now that's a thing. We had that then. And we always said we were ahead of our time. Like, because people would get it and then some people wouldn't get it,
Okay.
Because we're lyrical, but we had one of the rappers, he grew up in the church singing in the choir. So like he was like, then the other one, he was like he would take R&B lyrics from like Anita Baker, Earth, Wind and Fire, and sing them, but with like almost like a Nate Dogg style, like like the Anita Baker song, which says, "Well, all I want to do is make sweet love to you," something baby. I don't know all the words, but yeah, see, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's something kind of love.
Yeah. So the guy in our group would say, "All I want to do is smoke fat bags of woo. It's just the FIP, baby.
Spend my life with you is
a
special kind of love."
Yeah. So it's crazy now when I hear certain records, because I didn't even know he was doing that then.
Yeah.
But now when I hear records, I'm like, he was flipping these. Because he would come up with these hooks, like, but he would take, because he grew up, as he said, like you grew up with your dad playing music. He said he would write his rhymes. He was like Lil Wayne. He'd write them in his head, piece by piece. And then when he goes say them, so he says, "Yeah, but I get stuck sometimes." And he goes, and then I'll be in the car with my mom, and she's playing Anita Baker. And I'm like, "Ooh, if I say that part, but add this, this, and this, it would sound cool." So anyways, we're in this group, meet these people. And for me, it was like, we could do this. Like, if these guys can do this, we can do this. I've met, it's like now, I mean, with Twitch, I've met all my DJ icons, right? And then when you hang out with them, they're you. Like, we see me these gods, these elite, There's, now I've met Ice Cube once, and when I met him when I was in the 90s and he was young, I'm not saying he was rude, but it was kind of like, what, get away, kid type thing, and it wasn't like in a mean way. Like, I didn't feel disrespected or nothing. It was, he's getting ready to go to the show. I'm trying to catch him. And, my mom's hotel, my mom would call me when artists, because where her hotel was in Tucson was downtown, so all the artists that performed would stay at her hotel. Lighter Shade of Brown.
You had the link.
So my mom would call me and be
The
like, tell
plug.
my dad, and my dad bring me down there, and I'd be waiting with my record or waiting with my t-shirt or whatever.
Yeah.
And met Ice Cube years later. You couldn't even get to him, like,
Yeah.
because you couldn't. You're not getting to him. You
Right.
can't pull the remember me. No, you ain't getting to him.
Right.
So that same concert I took my son to, I Blueface had just came out, and he was on the lineup. Ice Cube, he was supposed to open up for Ice Cube. So it was Luniz, Too Short. Then it was going to be Blueface, and then Ice Cube, and there was one other group. I can't remember the group. Well, Blueface was late, and Ice Cube said, "Fuck it, we're going on. Like, we're not making the crowd wait." So Blueface ended up becoming the last act. So I had to go to another gig. I left my son with some friends, and my son tells me, "Dad," he took a picture of Blueface he danced with Blueface on stage. So for him, that concert for me was like the moment, because that was the moment me and him connected musically. Like, where now he's in the rabbit hole of, he wants to know the old Looney songs. He wants to know the Ice Cube songs. Like, his playlist now is evolved. As opposed to just at the time he's listening to Blueface and Triple X and stuff like that. So my son got to meet Ice Cube in a way I never did.
How's that?
Because Ice Cube was coming off stage, and my son was right there, and he said, "What's up, little man?" and just started talking to him. And so my son always says, like, how when he watches movies now, he's like, "I know that guy. Like, I know him. Like, I met him." So for me, I just say every moment's been the best. The most memorable, obviously, is that I've had so many, like, just organic, dope moments with artists.
I want to ask you something. You mentioned Quik.
Yeah.
You got any stories
Quik and me
about Quik?
smoked. We just smoked and talked music.
Yeah, I mean, so because when it comes to producers and West Coast producers,
I put him above Dre.
Yeah, I do too.
I put him above Dre, and only because
no disrespect to Dre or anything like that.
Dre's a perfectionist. I mean, Dre probably has library of music. If he put it out, I think Dre's the best ever. But the problem is, Quik puts out everything. Like, you know what I mean? And he touches everything. And when he puts out, it's like, you know it's Quik. You know when you hear that drum. You know when you hear that synth. You know when you hear that bass line or the stand that fucking bum, bum, bum. You're like, oh, that's.
I mean, come on, man. He when
Pitch Perfect. That's all you gotta say. That's it.
It's pitch perfect. But I mean, when he came out and just put Quik's grooves on every single album, and those Quik's grooves, I was just like, as a lover of music and lover of jazz and lover of everything. And like, what's so crazy is I DJ weddings, and you know how you play jazz and shit in the middle of, like, during cocktail hour and dinner and shit. I be over there playing Quik's grooves and shit. Like,
I've had people come up and dap me up for it.
Yo, yeah.
They're like, oh, yeah.
But and then like some old head will come up like, who is that? I was like, that's DJ Quik.
Well, a lot of people don't know Prince put out like 11 jazz albums. A lot of people don't know this. And when you listen to those, it's like it's like almost like an alter ego. You would never think, you're like, that's Prince. There's moments where you're like, but with Quik, it didn't matter if it's Quik's groove or a beat. You knew that was Quik.
Yeah.
Like, you knew.
You knew it was Quik.
You knew that was Quik. Like, I'm sure you've done this. I put it out a record, put it on some other hip hop artist, and I'm like, is that DJ Quik beat? It's like you're looking. Yep, Quik.
I mean, when LL's album came out, I was like, that's Tip. And I was like, I didn't even have to think about it, because I was like, this sounds like the very last Tribes album. Like, if you think about, listen to LL's, and I challenge everybody to listen to LL's album again, and then back it up, or listen to Tribe's last album and back it up with listening to LL's last album, and it sounds like that to me. But because Tip's another producer that's like that as well. But smoking with Quik, like, you know, that's dope in itself. So he's just a normal person. Did he share anything, or did you get a chance to ask him anything that was that you could share?
Say it one more time, the last part.
Did you basically
Would I ask him?
yeah, did you ask him anything that you would be able to
So
share?
so this is the problem. I don't know.
That's what I
just
said, if
speaking
you'd
for
be able
myself.
to
When
share.
you're at a concert and you're backstage,
Yeah,
if they haven't performed yet, it's almost like they're different. It's like a game, like they're gonna go to a football game.
absolutely. You don't fuck with
Sometimes
them.
they don't want to talk. Some of them want to party and that's how they get in the mood. Some guys are just like Warren G did not come out of the trailer. Once he performed, he hung out. Once he performed, he was hanging out. But before the performance, he was in the trailer the whole time. Quik was everywhere. I mean,
Gotcha.
he looked like just one of us walking around, you know, and I have a video I always post, I always put it on my stream where we're smoking weed together. And I put him on Snapchat and he goes, people still use that? Like that's how he talk. Like, you know, and I say, you don't? He goes, man, I probably could be so much better at social media. He goes, but I could be making beats. Like that's literally what he said. Like he's like, I just don't see the point. I know people get paid off that shit, but I could be making beats and getting paid. Like I'd rather be doing that than being a slave to my phone, to, you know. And that was about the most in depth, like when we were talking.
Yeah.
And then
But that's real. I mean, that's a piece of game.
excuse me.
Bless you.
So we had made we went back and forth, and then only thing I said that he really I just said I think it's dope that you still bring High C around, because High C was, you know, he says, man, I've always been, if long as you pulling your weight, I'll figure out a way to make you eat, you know. And he says, he goes, there's a lot of people I've tried to help that just wanted me to do all the work. He goes, my brother High C, we grew up together, and, you know, there's no egos involved. If I tell him, you're only going to do one song and I'm paying you this, he's like, okay. I need you to open up and do 10 songs. Okay. You know, and I've actually sat on the phone with High C because he was one of the few artists who was like, yo, take my number. Hit me up. And I thought he was bullshitting. So I hit him up, and, you know, he's like, you know, he was sending me like new music he was putting out, like stuff like that. And things. I'm just like, man, it's just a lot of times these artists get too big for their bridges, you know, but I feel like a lot of artists is also, and I'm not gonna say too big for their bridges, because I mean, I can't, when you're a billionaire like Jay-Z or, you know, Beyonce, it's like, I don't think they're too big for their bridges. It's kind of like, it's just, what do you have to say to somebody who's, you know what I mean? It's like my mind, the way their mind's working and your mind's working are two different realms. You know, like everybody was giving him shit because Memphis Bleak has his own podcast, and they were like, you know, Hove could have did his podcast, you know, he could have chose to do his interview with Bleak.
Yeah.
And I said, I think he chose a professional instead of just having a conversation with his homie, where the professional was going to ask the right questions.
Right.
You know, kind of like you and me. It's like we have a rapport. We've interviewed before. So it's like, it's not really like the cue card, next question. It's kind of a conversation. So I saw what people were saying, you know, some people were, I'm like talking this crap, and I'm like, you know, and it's like, if you gave somebody a platform to become famous, I think 50 Cent said this about his guys. It's like, I got you a clothing deal. I got you a shoe deal. I got, you know, but yet like 50's still going and getting stuff. I put $1 million in your pocket. Like, you got to take that $1 million and flip it. You got, you know, I'm not going to keep just giving you $1 million hoping you're going to figure it out. I'm a firm believer in this. And if I take anything away from all these artists I've met, is that, you know, the ones that are still doing it, it's probably for the love, or they need the money, or whatever you want to say. but also it's like the West Coast Fests that we did here, the first two. I found out Mac 10 was the actual promoter for both of those concerts,
No shit.
but
Wow.
he's not putting them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what's
'Cause
crazy?
there's no.
What's crazy is Ice Cube was booked on the second West Coast Fest.
That's why I said no
So
shit.
I asked the question: if you knew, you knew. But if you didn't know, it's his team was ones reaching out to everybody.
Yeah,
We're
so
at the
they
Luniz
weren't
Festival.
crossing paths, but
Yeah, but he was the money that started and kicked it off, and first money in, first money out type shit. Like if they booked the artist, like he paid Ice Cube, if you think about it, but paid Ice Cube to invest to make money.
he made
That's
money.
when I'm like, still business is business.
Business is business.
You know.
But they still will not do
Oh, yeah.
business
Well,
to each
I mean-
ever. I mean,
Cube's wife said, "Don't fuck with him." I mean,
And
Cube said it
his
himself, and I'm
wife
shout out
is
to Cube
wife.
for supporting his wife. Yeah, because
if
a lot of
my
guys will
wife
pick-
said the same thing, like you can't fuck with that person no more because X, Y, and Z this happened. Like
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
that's my wife. That's
What's
my
up,
wife.
Dougie?
Hey, and shout out to Dougie in the house. Shout out to
Yeah.
everybody that's in the house
It
right now.
it,
family.
it to me is like I always tell people, I'm like, I look at how we grow as human beings and individuals. Like we're not perfect, so they're not perfect. But I think a lot of times, especially back then before social media, all we saw was this image of them on the screen or this image of them on the artwork or this image of them, performing on stage or whatever. And when you get to the other side of the curtain and you get to rub elbows with these guys and talk to them, and I'm sure you've done the same thing, just doing interviews on People Underground and on Usual Suspects, having them backstage and just chopping it up. And now they're in your phone and you can text them or they text you.
I ran street teams and met and took artists around the radio stations, and that was my job. So I mean,
K to the J's. He
K
just
to
got that
the
purple
J's.
check too.
Hey, salute to K to the J's. Make sure you follow K to the J's. But no, I mean, that's the thing. And also knowing how to be around them and interact with them and treat them like, you're normal and all of that. It's definitely.
I'll never forget. Montell Jordan had just came out. He's performed at the base. I was talking to this girl at the time. She was in the military. So her and her friend were there. And then I was, this particular event, I was of age, so I didn't have to like spotlight it up. I was hanging out. And then my dad pulls me aside because he's doing autographs. And my dad goes, "Hey, I need your help." And I'm like, "What's up?" He goes, "He wants to go out." I was like, "Okay." He goes, "I need you to take him out." Like, because, my dad's like, "I don't go out. Like, I don't like," and that was when I learned like in the like, there's always that person that's like, so, I'm like, I grabbed a couple girls that my friends and the girl I was seeing her friends and then this and that. And then, he's like 6'6", 6'7". He's tall as shit,
G-Dash played hoop with him and shit. But like we met him at the, and like when he just came out, like this is.
Yeah,
how
probably
we
about the
do
same
it.
time I met him when he was really out there touring.
And we played basketball and shit with him and hung out with him. He was a cool dude. He was a hooper though too. He was a real hooper.
So we're getting ready to go. All these girls are like white girls, Hispanic girls, and then he leans down to me. "I'm trying to find a Japanese girl." Like, I don't want. That's why he wanted to go where the Japanese women were at. 6'7". I met him in '95. That's the same year I met him. Right after his album came out.
Right on.
It's crazy. I feel like he met everybody. Everybody I talked to that knows Montell, they said the same thing. "Yeah, I met him like in '95. I'm like, dude, did everybody meet this guy in '95? Like, he was putting in that work. He was everywhere. But doing stuff like that, and then like I said, like my dad picking up Cameo, Smokey Robinson, and them just like chilling, hanging out with us. Like, Smokey Robinson, I didn't drive with him from the airport. My dad did, but he always tells me the story. He's like, he's humming the whole time, like babying his voice, drinking tea in the back, just like harmonizing a little bit, like because he went right from the airport to the performance.
Got it.
They took him to change, and then he went to the performance. And my dad used to work in Club Cheetah in New York City as a
Okay.
DJ, and then he was security at a couple other clubs in that club. And this is back when they would bring artists, to perform. And my dad remembers running security for Michael Jackson. And he says, I always remember he was always standoffish, he said, because he saw him a couple times. But he said the one time that stood out the most was he wrote on the mirror he doesn't know if it was wax pen or maybe lipstick. He doesn't know. He put, I'm going to sell 1 million records. Like he was manifesting stuff at such a young age. My dad was watching him and he would just look at himself in the mirror and talk to himself. And then when you hear now, like how people say, success comes from manifestation and self believing and things like that. And I'm like, I think it was, I think it was 50. And he was just saying, you got to be a little crazy to be successful. You got to believe in yourself. You got to think you're the best of everybody. And Charles Barkley said it too. He said, I always said I was the best player in the NBA until I played Michael Jordan. I'm the second best player in the NBA. But going into that game, he had the mentality and he always said, he says, but the dog in Michael, just like Kobe mentality, Michael mentality, is borderline crazy, fanatic. And I kind of feel like that's how it is with turntablists. Turntablists, I kind of think that's why Dre doesn't rhyme anymore, because he's not obsessed anymore. It's not like,
He's made so much money.
I feel like,
and like
yeah, I just feel like.
Do you think he has fear
of not being as good as he was?
Yeah, because I mean, like his Missionary was not well received, and of course Compton was not well received. There is thought, and I've heard and seen and spoke to people that have said, him without, basically Daz behind him and that team, Snoop and like Daz aren't together, and that in itself is causing conflict. But like it definitely Dre and Daz together. Well, that's a crazy combo. And
it's a crazy combo, but also but the problem is I think Dre he's an evolver. He doesn't want to do. There's certain Kanye is probably like that example. It's like Kanye always says, I'll do a verse myself because all my albums are different. Like all my sounds are different. I feel like that's with Dre. It's like he has a staple sound, but he really doesn't. I feel like that mainstream track he puts out, he only does that because people expect him to have that. Yeah, that sound. But even that sound's not his sound because that's Scott Storch. You know what I mean? But he's the Quincy Jones. I feel like Quincy Jones put himself around the best musicians and producers in the business to put together the best compositions we've ever heard. Same thing with Dre. I think now, and they've all said it, it's like, there's no like Timberland, right? He's on this AI shit now, right? Where he's like promoting the shit out of it. Because I have all this music that I've never put out because I couldn't find the right sound, but with AI, you can find the right sound. And it's like, so the fact that there's nobody in this human world that's where your mind's at. Like, I want a specific sound, specific person, specific this. And I think people say, like, Dre will bring the best out of you. He'll say, yeah, but that word, you need to say it more like this.
Yeah.
Or you need to roll that R a little more like that. I mean, think about he coached Eazy-E through his career.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And you can see the difference in Eazy's early works and late works where he didn't have Dr. Dre in his ear.
I have asked specific guests on this show that have worked with Dre and said that they made him take like 100 fucking takes.
Yep.
Like he was just no. And it was just one word like that. Like
yeah.
It would be
it was spit 16 bars and one word didn't sound right to him. Do it again. Yeah. But again, he's put out classics. So it's like, do you fight that?
Nope.
I mean, Chris Brown did it to Busta. when they made Look at Me Now
Yep.
for the mixtape.
It's a beautiful
He
story.
said he said Busta did his verse. He came in and heard it, and Busta looked at him, and he goes, "That's not what I wanted." Like to be able at that young of an age to look at Busta Rhymes, one of the goats, tell him your rhyme's not good enough because it didn't sound the way I wanted to sound, and that's why he says it the way he says it when he calls it okay, Breezy. You know what I mean? Let me show you. You want to hear that? You want the scat? I'll give you the scat. And but again, we got one of the best Busta verses ever.
I can remember the first time I heard it. We were in Naples, Florida, vacationing at the Ritz-Carlton.
And it came out.
And that motherfucking had just came out, and the big limo party bus thing came to pick us, our party up, because we were there at a corporate event. And basically, they had that bumping in that system. And that, I was like, damn, the song. And I heard Buster's verse, and I was...
Yeah.
I just immediately like texted myself like, "What the fuck is that?" You know what I mean? Because
so you don't forget later.
I had to stop. Like, yeah, because I was litty too titty. But I mean, like, as we were,
I'm like that with Shazam now. Like, yeah. I'll be someplace. I'm like, the fuck is this?
They didn't
like,
have Shazam before.
What the fuck is this? But I mean, I'll never forget this. So I used to make these mixtapes with this guy named Milkman. We worked at Hot 707. Hot 707. Yeah, Hot 707. In Bay Area, Vacaville area. And he's taking a nap. I'm making. We're going back and forth on this mixtape, but we're on the production part of it. I laid my music, and I played it for him, and he gets up. And he's always the guy telling me how dope I am. Like, I've inspired, like I brought him back to DJing, and I was his inspiration, and, So normally anything I did, I'd always get that wow factor from him. Mm-hmm. And he goes, I hate it. It's my mix. He told me he hated it. It didn't feel like he thought what he was trying to. So then he broke down again what he wanted.
Okay.
I was pissed. Like, I was mad.
I was wondering, like, how, like.
I didn't argue with him or nothing. I was just like, I just spent hours on this. Cultivating
over it.
15 minutes of music.
Right.
And for you to tell me you hate it. Not like, it's all right. Nah, I've heard you do better. I hate it. I was like, all right, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, and it took me up a notch. And then he walks in the room and he hit me with the famous Bad Boys line. From now on, that's how you DJ. From now on, that's how you DJ. And when years later I listened to the same mix and I'm like, I understand. When I listen to the whole, I understand why what I was doing here wouldn't have fit, or when it gave this a long, like, the one thing I always said about me and him in our mixes is, like, people listen to them now and they think we made them yesterday. Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't sound, the quality, the song selection, the patterns of mixing, like, it sound like more new age than old age. And we were manipulating everything we could do to try to have that DJ rectangle, DJ jelly, 3-deck transition, type shit. And I'm talking to him about it years later, and for me it was just like, he was that's the same guy that gave me the advice about stop DJing for DJs. Same dude. So I've always said this: you need somebody who's gonna have your back, but somebody's gonna tell you no. Mm-hmm. It's like, I kind of feel like there's a problem with hip hop now. Everybody's like, oh, that's just fire, bro. It's just fire. It's fire. And it's like, how can every song be fire? Some of the biggest hits, like, I remember they were saying, like, some of the biggest hits that Usher had that he didn't want to do them. He thought they were not. He was like, nah, no, ain't gonna happen. That's not me. It's not my sound, and it's his biggest hit. Because sometimes people around you will see something in you, or your potential, or your diversity that you don't see. You know, I'm sure you're working on trying to have a successful podcast and content and this and that. I'm sure one day someone's gonna give you the right advice, and you're gonna be like, "Fuck." You know, what was that one guy who says, "Fuck me"? He's just like, you know, for fuck's sakes, you know, it's like shit.
Yeah,
Like,
fuck sakes.
how
You
long have
mean
I been
tell
doing
me?
this? I didn't fucking
Yeah.
know that, you know. And it could be something as simple as, oh, when you load your thing, make sure you hit this button and click this off, and now your shit will go viral, you know. And I've been blessed that DJing is pretty much every door is open in my life has been through the military or DJing, and I can honestly say that.
And the other thing that I wanted to make sure that we did bring up was that not only your father was a veteran, right, but you served as well, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And let everyone know exactly when and how, because I am very much a person who people of the military that serve mean a great deal of me, because my grandfather, whose flag's always, you know, on every stream that I have, you know, he's behind me and with me, because that man meant a lot to me. He was a Korean War veteran, and you know, all of my grandparents, I was blessed and fortunate to have some amazing grandparents, and but
I was in the
armed
Air Force,
services, thank you.
and I did. You're welcome. And I did serve into, you know, we call them conflicts. You know, Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom, Afghanistan, Iraq.
Combat veteran.
So for me, I tell everybody, you know, like what's going on in the world right now. Part of me is, you know, the reason I got out of the military is because how I feel about the military and the government and something done before. But when I see this, the other part of me is like, put me in, coach. Like I got both. The one part of me is like,
how do
we
you
shouldn't
feel
be
about
there, and
this
then the other
shit
part of
right
me is
now?
like, I want to be there with them. Like I want to help them. I want to help to defend. And people always say this, like, how can you go fight a war? It's not your war. I said, I'm not fighting the war. I'm fighting to make sure this guy next to me comes home safe.
Yeah.
You know, when I became a sergeant and I was in charge of troops, it was the same thing. It was like, you know, I was like, I'm in charge of these 6 guys. These 6 guys look at me for guidance. They look for me to keep them safe. Their wives and their moms are sending, and their churches are sending me care packages in the mail telling me thank you for looking after my son. Thank you. Just Delicious, what up?
Just Delicious
You know,
is my girl. Much love to you.
You know, that for me, I had to really like navigate that. So, you know, big up to your grandfather, big up to anybody, even people serving now. Like, you can think what you want to think about what's going on, but you know, when you sign that dotted line, it's wherever you point me to shoot, that's where I'm shooting. You know,
you made the commitment, and you made an oath, and that an oath is the strongest shit you could do back in the day, and still is.
You're giving your word. You know, I've broken my word a bunch of times, and to this day, every time I ever think about the moments I've broken my word, it still to this day breaks my heart. Like, even if it was the smallest thing, because I couldn't follow through on my word, or I didn't come through on my word, and you know, I've lost sleep over it. You know, got anxiety about it. You know, hypertension about it because I couldn't come through. So I can only imagine, like, you know, these boys and these guys and these men and these women that are, you know, in harm's way. And ultimately, you know, I pray they come home safe, but a lot of them won't, especially now that we're sending in ground troops. Yeah. You know, that's just inevitable. And there's never been a ground troop invasion in history of mankind that not both sides lost somebody, you know.
Absolutely. 100%.
So, you know, I think and I hate to say this, I'd rather that's what the wars were. I'd rather it was, you know, you line up your best, I line up my best, and whoever wins, wins. As opposed to, I'm going to shoot as many missiles at you as I can, and whatever collateral damage is collateral damage. Because we are just very blessed that we live in a society that we don't have. I mean, they have range. They can hit us if they want to hit us. But I think the one thing Pearl Harbor taught the world is that we don't play dirty when you fuck with us. We don't, so it's like, I kind of feel like I see Iran's point. It's like, well, when you were getting pushed around, you dropped a nuclear bomb. So why when we do it is wrong, when you do it is right? So as a vet, I say this, don't downgrade the men that would fight for your freedom. That if we did get somebody coming the shores of our country, they would go, would go there for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do just pray for them. That's all you can do, and pray for the people that are guiding them, and pray for the people that are making the decisions what they're going to do, because you're just hoping they're formulating the best choices. There's never there's no right answer. Mm-mm. Like, if you're going to invade a country, any country, or you're going to defend a country, there's no right or wrong way to. I can have the perfect plan, and the other regime goes a different way. Now I have to change my plan, and there's going to be collateral damage. So I just say, pray for the people that are making the decisions. You might not like the president, but pray for him. Like, pray for him that he's just going to figure it out and not, keep making poor judgment calls or, selfish calls, that he's actually going to be thinking about other people than themselves. And sometimes, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day. I was like, yeah, I'm praying for that man. Like, I'm like, but you have to. When they say pray for your enemy, it's a real thing. Pray for your enemy. Because, you change their heart, they might not be your enemy anymore. You might not care for them, might not like them, but now they're no longer your enemy. They're no longer a threat because they had to change a heart.
And maybe have changed their ways because of something that you had an encounter and made an impact, and you were destined to
make
an impact in their life. And that was your job to do that, right? So,
yeah, I spend so much time in my life traveling the world as a DJ, traveling the world for the military, and the one thing it's a constant connection. I swear to God, I don't care where I go in the world. Frostman is
shout out to Frostman. What's goody?
Is music. When I was deployed, music. Playing football in the locker room, music. Meet a girl. Oh, you like that song? I like that song. Like, I met my ex-wife because she was going through my CD collection. Like, she was just like, oh my God. Like, like the happiness of just like seeing that. And she told me, she was like, if we didn't like the same music, I couldn't fuck with you. Like, and the fact that every CD and every page, or I put her on and stuff, whatever, and then cultivating new relationships with females, the same thing. It's like, what do you listen to? What do you listen to? And it's crazy because, you can like the same song, or that one song is your song, and then you find somebody. All it takes is like when I mentioned Strawberry Number, you're like, that's a close second. Like, oh, it's a close second. It's
they're right there, even in the.
Exactly.
I've mixed those two songs together.
Yeah, but why would you say it? That's the first song that resonated in my head. I'm
bam.
like, yeah, I heard it, and I was like, that's for me. It's that song, because that's that one that, like, if I'm driving and they come on the radio, I'm turning the radio up, like, like, you know what I mean, like, and waiting for the breakdown, the thing.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's like I Can't Wait by New Shoes. Once you hear that, it's like, and it's just so much, and it's crazy because, I don't know if you ever watch these, and if you ever can get it, and even the chat, I think they have it on Amazon, and I can't remember the other Paramount thing. It's called Songs That Shook America, and one of the songs is "Unity" by Queen Latifah, and it's produced by The Roots.
Man, that song
Yeah, so it breaks down the song and the relevance of the time.
Okay.
Another song is We Gonna Be All Right by Kendrick,
Another damn.
right? Like, and the other one is Jesus Walks by Kanye, right? Breaking down that song. And then my favorite is AT Aliens, right?
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm staring at the special edition.
Bro, I got
like,
chills
bro,
talking about it.
yeah,
I already
bro,
know.
like, yeah.
They're talking about how he hated the song because he said the way it was mixed down, and how Dre made the beat and the snare, how he put that reverb on the snare to give it that almost like that
it
grasshopper
was,
effect.
yeah, because it was real splashy.
Yeah. And he just, because in the video they're talking about how it became like this, that song took him into another stratosphere, you know. And he was like, still ain't mixed right to this day. That's what L3XX said. He's like, still ain't mixed right to this day.
You know what's so funny is I was making beats at that time too and producing and shit, and I had a homie look at me. He was like, "I want that." I listened to it. I was like, and because I was fucked up when I heard it, I was like, "This is on some other shit." This sound, that sound was the next sound, and that whole album, the whole. I mean, just with him. The way he did that one beat, it.
So that was my favorite song on the whole album. Like I listened to that song.
I'm like, what in
Me
the
and everything
fuck?
around me is a stable like Shinobu, right?
Yeah,
Jumping in like a pogo stick. Like I was like, I never lived to my expectations. And then he's like, nah, 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 nah. And I was like, oh, and it was so short. It was such a short song, but like the fact that like 2 minutes and 36 seconds can resonate with you, what, 30 years later?
yeah.
Here we are 30 years later talking about that record.
I was blessed and fortunate enough to be able to tell Cujo when I interviewed him, even beforehand, some that I won't say, but the thing that the crux of it is how important Get Up, Get Out, and Get Something was.
Bro.
That changed my life. That changed the trajectory of my life. If it wasn't for my mentor who kept me and gave me the gift of being able to be a sound engineer and tour and then DJ and gave me all of that gift, and which translated and then being able to do this, right? And I mean,
For me, and I'm sure you probably can vouch for this, is like, because that was, man, like when that CD came out, I'll never forget. It was my friend TJ. He came to my house and he was like, bro, you gotta listen to this. And I was like, what? And he knows how I am, so I was like, don't bring me no bullshit. You know what I mean? Because some of my friends bring me some bullshit. You know, he was like, nah, you gotta listen to this. You gotta listen to this. And me and him pretty similar in taste of music. And I'm listening, and again, everything's hitting. I'm feeling every record, but at age 16, start working at the loading dock. You know what I mean? Like General Motors is tripping, like all this shit. I was like, and then it hit me then. But then when I was going through what I was going through in life at a later age, in my 20s or my 30s, and you hear that record again, and you're just like you know, and like my son, he smokes weed. And I'm gonna be honest, he's young. He's not 21 yet, you know, where it's legal. And I told him, I said, you already have stoner mentality without smoking. Like, you know, you're lazy, you're this, you're that. Like, you know what I mean? Unless you're smoking for the opposite to get up and go do something, this and that. And then he was like, what do you mean? And so one day we're listening to music. My son on road trips likes me to educate him. Like, I taught him about the Nas and Jay-Z battle. You know, we talked about the Biggie Tupac battle. Like we would go, so we're playing the music. Like you got to listen to this record to understand this record. You know, you won't, if you hear this record first, then this record makes more sense. So I played the Get Up, Get Out, Get Somebody because he asked me, like my daughter always, like every year when she posts me on my birthday, she'll post an Outkast song. a different one that she'll just pick. And that Get Out and Get Some, I was telling my son, I said, listen to this. I said, so many niggas don't do nothing because all they sit around and do is get high. I said, there's people that smoke weed because they have to. People, and I'm an advocate for smoking. So people smoke weed because they have to. People smoke weed because that's what balances their brain or, helps them navigate the day or whatever. I said, but then there's some people who just don't want to face the realities of tomorrow or today, and that's why they smoke and they get caught in that reality. And I said, it's real easy to be in that reality and get caught in that reality and never see the rest of the world or what's going on. And I said, when I heard the story about Outkast still smoking weed, sit on the corner before that album came out, I was a little heartbroken because I was like, I was such a fan of that song. Like, but then again, like it says, like, I was telling my son, I said, but some people just don't have no way to get out. They have no way to get out. Like being in, Dungeon Family and working in the basement. I remember my mom and dad, when I had everybody in my room, because our group was like anywhere from 4 to 7 members, depending on what time you saw our group.
Okay.
And my dad would be like, we're take 2, take 10, take 30, take 40. And I didn't have a sound booth. Like we're passing the mic around the room and putting headphones on and,
no one cough.
Kill the fan. Move. Like that. Yeah.
No
that
fans, hot as hell.
Yeah. And in my room in Japan, I had a unit in the wall, but it was like a big, 1800 BTU unit, but it was loud. So if we're recording in the summer, it got turned off. And and this is not stuff this is nothing nobody told us to do. It was I would listen to the song back and I'm like, something don't sound right. And I'm like, turn that off.
Yeah, you hear that ticking.
And, I'm using regular mics. I'm not using, nice like condensed mics like you got, because I didn't know. And I'm sitting there watching their video and I'm like, that was the same way, same thing, but it's like, Get Up, Get Out, Get Somebody. That's just, man, that's one of those ones. That and Hootie Hoo on that album.
Hootie Hoo. Yeah, man.
We thought we were players back then. That's why we were first international players. So that line when he says, talking about a period late, here's what I did. Click. Nah, couldn't be me. Not me. I was like that was always our joking. Like, be on the phone. And I'm like, oh, she said she's pregnant? And he'd be like, couldn't be me, not me. Like that was like our thing. And, for me, honestly, so in '96, the album came out. I was in high school. I was a senior.
Okay.
Football, right before the game, right before we got dressed, a bunch of us would go in my car because I had a system.
What position you?
And we listened to Wheels of Steel.
Oh man,
that was the song.
Wheels of Steel.
And then when I played in college and in semi-pro, it was God damn it, the song from the Any Given Sunday soundtrack.
Oh, fuck.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Can't think of it either. That was the one. Watch.
It was an Outkast song off. Yeah, we have these devices that I can just type up, right? Like
Soul Sunday. That's the name of it. Soul Sunday.
Soul Sunday.
Yeah, that right there. And then another song that resonated with me that a lot of people never talk about is Phobia from the Higher Learning soundtrack. And he was talking about like basically don't let like pride and respect, people say death is a small price to pay for respect. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's how the mentality is. It's like motherfucker will die over somebody disrespecting them.
Absolutely.
And they were basically telling you like it's worth it. Like, dying for what you believe in is worth it. And I think that's kind of where these kids now have lost that. Like I believe nowadays a lot of the generation doesn't have anything to die for. Because they very rarely have anything to live for. Like
that's a bar in itself, though.
Because it's just like I'll be talking to my son, like, and it's just like there's no My son is what they call the iPhone generation. My
Okay.
son was born in '08. My godson was born in '06, '07. People that were born in those years, '06, '07, '09. I mean, '07, '08, '09. That was that year the iPhone came out. The tablets came out. The touchscreens came out. You know, so when those touchscreens came out, they grew up from the moment they were a child to now having that in their hands. And that generation is the disconnected generation because they don't go outside and play. They don't rendezvous with their friends. Like they jump online together and throw headphones on and talk all day.
Bro.
And then also, I say this. People always say, well, why are these kids so fucked up? Because we kept them in the house for nearly 3 years.
That too. That it was
And
dangerous
those
to breathe.
that particular generation, my son was home 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. Like, and those are the years you really figure out who you are. And, so they're okay with sitting in the house all day by themselves or being on the computer all day because, I'd have been going stir crazy if I couldn't go outside my house. I would have been stir crazy,
You couldn't have
but
kept me in the house. I mean, I don't think my parents would have I don't think I would have lived inside the house. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have happened. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
So I remember I got grounded a couple times by my dad. And one day he was just like, go outside and play. I'm like, you're still grounded, but get out the house for a while. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you need some fresh air. You need some vitamin D. Like,
Yeah.
and go smoke, go drink out the hose for a couple of days and come back home type shit. And,
Go camping. You just go camping and go away.
well, bro, like these kids, if they don't have a GPS, can't even tell you where they live, how
That's
to get
true.
there. You know?
I had to take
I mean, imagine, how many
a
phone
kid
numbers we
home.
had to memorize?
Yeah.
Like
memorize, including addresses and shit. Like,
yeah. And like now it's like half the kids don't even know their address. It's like what street you live on.
Didn't
Like,
you, as a kid though, memorize like even as you were riding and like to
dude,
anticipate where your dad and your mom was driving to? Is like because you didn't ask them where you
my
were
mom's family
going.
lives in Phoenix. We lived in Tucson for 4 years, from
Okay.
88 to 92.
Yeah.
And I knew when I saw certain industrial shit by my grandma's house, or almost a grandma's house.
Ask.
On the way home, there's another industrial part before you hit the base. I knew, this and that. With my dad though, my dad's Mr. Backroads. So never goes the same way twice.
Yep.
Let there be a little bit of traffic, he getting off the freeway, taking side streets.
Just
Right,
can't stop.
So like that's the way I move around. Like I'm the guy that knows every way to get to my house. Like every way to get to my house. If there's an entrance to my community to get to my home, you best believe I know how to get to that street and get to my house from that street. In the military, it's called OPSEC. Switch up your routine so that people can't find you or track you down or, catch you up. And I tell all these kids nowadays, I said, man, y'all would get killed if somebody really wanted to kill y'all. Because y'all walk the same way. Y'all do this, like, it's like clockwork. They're like, I said, you ever stand on top of a building, like a high skyscraper, and just look down at like lunchtime, and just like, right, and it's like, I'm like, we're so programmed, so programmed,
Ants.
and that's where the kids are now. That's like, and it's like music. It's like you're gonna like this one, like that's why. I have nothing against Drake. But what people were saying about Drake was like the way he was formulating and pushing his music down your throat. It's no different than what Hove did. Hove used to jump on every hot song.
Every song, yeah.
Either take it or make the remix bigger than the regular song, but it'd be his version that's always being played.
It was the remix era too. I mean,
yeah,
like,
and
it
he
was
knew
guaranteed
what to
the
jump on.
remix was supposed to be hotter than the regular song.
And a lot of them were. We can go down that rabbit hole one day. But that's like, to me, Jazzy Bell, the Babyface
Come
version.
on, bro. Come
is
on,
the best
talk it.
version.
Talk
It's
it.
the best version of
Talk it.
bro. I was like, when I
Jazzy
heard
Bell with fucking face,
Another
fucking
record,
singing
like,
on that shit. Come
I'm
on, bro.
I'm in Hawaii visiting. My parents either we had vacation Hawaii, Okinawa, or came to the States. When Hawaii, my dad goes, "Want to go Tower Records?" I was like, "Yeah."
Of course, I want to
I
go to
bought
Tower Record.
Return of the Mac before I knew it was Return of the Mac. It was
Okay.
at the counter. They had a display of CDs. It was singles, and I go, "What's this?" And it was $1.99, the $1.99 single on a CD, because that's how they promoted it, try to get the record out there before they put out the album. And I bought it. That was the first one I put in the CD player with my dad, and even my dad was like, "This is hot. This is hot." Right? And again, you don't know it's gonna be what it is because you're
As
literally
soon as
buying
I
it.
heard it come through the record pool, they
Yeah,
sent it in the
you-
box. I heard it.
same thing with
Done.
with Jazzy Bell. I'm going through
Done.
the single section. You had the singles, you had the maxi singles, right? The maxi singles had the acapella and all that on there.
Mhm.
So I'm going through the maxi singles, and I was like, "Ooh!" I was like, because it was a different the AT Aliens cover, but it was like a different version. It had a comic book in it, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
"I'm buying. I'm looking at art again." I'm like, "Ooh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this!" And then put that shit in. I was like, okay, cool, cool. I was like, I got it, cool. But then when that baby face came on the chorus, bro, I was done. So done. And remember I mentioned my ex went through my CDs? It was that CD that she goes, "You have the baby face version? This is my favorite." Like I listen to this all the time. I have it on a tape. And like just that created a spark. Because I'm a huge Outkast fan.
I am
I'll never
a
forget
yes.
my best friend. I was working the commissary, and there was this girl that came through, and I was the dude not scared to talk to anybody. And
Yeah.
everybody's like, "Oh, she's so fine, she's so fine." I was like, "Man." So they're pushing out her groceries, and I'm coming back. They're coming out, and I stop, and I start talking to her, and I get her number, and I go in that. And then my boy TJ from my hip hop group sees me. He's running in with the cart. "You talk to her?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got a number. I'm gonna go out with her." So my best friend Brandon, who's also my big hip hop guy, he put me on a Black Moon and the OC, stuff like that, like Freestyle
Yeah.
Fellowship, which I met them too. Those guys were hella cool guys. So we're sitting there, and um, I was talking about this girl, and I said, "I'm gonna bring her by, and when I take her out to eat, I'm gonna bring her by so you can see her," because he didn't work with us. He goes, "What's this girl y'all keep talking about?" So he comes out and he sees the girl and he goes, "No, that makes no fucking sense." And I was like, he's screaming. I'm like, "What the fuck?" He goes, "That bitch fine." Like he's like, "You're fine." Like, she's in the front seat, just blushing in the front seat. Like he's digging her like to a whole other level. So bad he's basically telling me like, "I want her." like, so we go eat, we go hang out, and then we vibe, but we really didn't vibe. You know what I mean? So then I was like, "Hey, my friend really likes you. He like take you out sometime." And so he's in my car, and I had this Pioneer um, 12 CD player, like the little
Oh, you
push
had
your
one of those. Yeah.
yeah. So they're like, and there was I could tell you the CDs that were in it. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
literally, like, and they never because I had a head unit, so the head unit got the plays in and out. Them
Hmm.
bitches never came out.
Yep.
You know, Biggie's double album was in there. AT Aliens was in there.
Hmm.
Brother Lynch was in there. Uh,
Mm.
uh,
Season of the Sickness.
yeah.
Come
And
on,
then
baby.
what you call it was in there.
Which one?
My favorite R. Kelly album. God damn it, it's the
Was
one
it
with where you,
12 play
no,
or
the one where you remind me of a Jeep on it.
oh, so that was the very next one.
Yeah, I was like, thank God it's Friday and all that on there.
Yeah, it's got the
Yeah,
one
that
where he's
album
got the
'cause it sounded so
fuck.
good in my car.
Yeah.
Like
Well, it
the
was mixed so clean.
whoever mixed that one, bro,
I
it's
mean,
like
it sounded so good when you fucking played it in the club or
that one
you
had
had it on the PA with it would
uh
hit so low and clean.
yeah. So I had that one. Well, anyways, he loved Brother Lynch. He's the one that put me on to Brother Lynch. And he's playing Brother Lynch, and we're driving, and he's, and she's in the car with him, and she goes, "He's so nasty." He goes, he goes, "You don't talk about Brother Lynch." And she's like, "He is." And then she starts citing his lyrics to him. And he goes, Lex, I was hard in the front seat. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, you know, he goes, no, she's beautiful. She knows who Brother Lynch is. She knows the lyrics. Like, this is the nigga that never listened to R&B ever. Like, now, I'll never, he put me on the weekend. And I'll never forget
Okay.
this. Like, years later, he put me on the weekend. I go, wait. He goes, bro, something about the weekend. I don't fuck with R&B, but something about the weekend. Like, remember when the weekend came out, like the 4 CDs, the first time he came out. And he put me on. And I went in because he bought it. And I was like, what's the hype on this? He goes, you ain't got it. And there's very few friends you have that will tell you something about, like, you need to get that. And when they tell you need to get that, you're like, well, if he's telling me I need to get it, it's hot.
Especially if they just make that face that like,
You ain't got it.
like
Where you
what?
been? Yeah.
Yeah, where you
So,
been?
you know, he's like, and he always remind me of Redman. Like, he had the hair, the fro. He'd always have the one tissue in the nose and the whole nine.
Yeah.
You know, never took showers and always like Dennis Rodman, always pulling bitches. You know, that type dude. And I was like, dude. He goes, man. He goes, something about a woman who knows Brother Lynch. Like, you know, like, and
I
then
mean, that is kind of that in itself is like a woman
so,
that can recite Brother Lynch Hung lyrics is pretty fucking
bro,
gangster.
and that's always what gets me. It's like if I play something and the girl's like, "Oh, I love this album," I'm like, "Really?" Like I didn't even know nothing else about her. I'm just like, I want to marry you. It's like you know, because it's like we music with me resonates, and if we can connect on that level, everything else will just fall into place. It's
And
like
that's
you know,
exactly how I've made all of my friends, and including like my wife and I, like we connected and bonded over music. And we'll wrap it up. But like with the, I'll tell one story on her, and I've told this story on her, but I remember like I had an Impala that I had a system in that motherfucker that would just it would set alarms off. It was just I had 4 JLs in them. Yeah, it was
you know what's
ridiculous.
funny? Whenever a person that loves music talks about their car stereo,
Yeah,
like
man.
you know what I mean? Like it's a thing. It's a whole thing. Like
Yeah, nah, the setup on it was ridiculous and everything like that. But she got in and we were riding, and there were 2 songs that got her. First one, well, I'll start with the obvious one, but basically 50 cents, just a little bit. She loved the way it sounded in that car, and you already know how that motherfucker rolled, right?
great production.
Yes. All right. I still love that. I still love putting that on and listening to it and play. That song goes like that. That era of 50 was amazing, and 50 Cent is a fucking
To this day,
icon.
but he's just
He,
smart now. Like he makes
he's
music for
a
his record,
fucking
for his
genius.
song, for
He's
he made a
always
diss
been a
track
genius.
that's gonna be on his sitcom that's gonna fucking play for the next 50 years.
He is a fucking genius. He's masterclass level. But the song that like got me was she wanted to hear it again and again and again, and it was the Whisper song. Lady, see my dick. Like that.
And the car
Hey,
though, with the right
bitch.
system, that's gotta sound.
Dude, listen.
It's got to. I'm thinking about it harmonically, like in the headphones. I could just think about
Dude,
in the car.
I could see, like, like when I'm thinking I'm gonna bust my glass because you could see the fucking
Mm-hmm.
everything, just
Rear view shaking, seismic. Yeah,
your whole eyeballs and
not
everything, like your
focusing.
brain's rattling, like you just like.
I already know, son. I already know.
That was but it was coming from her though, right? And I had already knew. I was like, that was the one. And this is our 20th year anniversary,
Yeah.
and I just almost really went through something because I got to give her a shout out because like I almost lost her. You know, was she had surgery, and then we had to come back and do some emergency surgery, and it was some scary shit. And you
Prayers
know,
to her, man.
being without your wife and thinking about like just you know, just being shook to your core like that when she's been with me through thick and thin, and I've been through thick and thin with her. Like we just all, and she stuck with me through this fucking dip. And shout out to my motherfucking wife, man. But regardless of that, I gotta say shout out to you because I've wanted to start doing the series where I'm going to start interviewing all the DJs like in the community because along with all of the other folks that I've interviewing, I think it's important because just like you had mentioned when you started off the interview, it was what about the DJ, right? And what about the DJ? And if I'm being true to myself and being true to the brothers that I started this with, it was that I wanted this to represent all the elements of hip hop and be true to the elements of the hip hop and culture. And it is my privilege and honor to have had you on and have you on here to be able to talk music with you. And that's why he's like, you got anything else to ask? Because you and I were just vibing out and talking music.
I wanted to make sure because I was like, we'll go on.
No, I have so much. Like, here's the thing, bro. Like, I did a 2-hour podcast before I just did this 4-hour podcast with you. This is my fucking like dream, my life, my profession, and what I'm manifesting in some form, way, shape, form, fashion, whatever it shall be. And I've met some really fucking rock solid people, and you're one of them.
Bro, you've caught my attention on a couple of interviews where I'm like, he interviewed him. I gotta go watch that. Like, I was like, when you got Diz, I was like, what? I was like, what the hell? I was like, I'm gonna check that out. I was like, what the? And then Be Real, I was like, bro, like we've been talking about that from like, remember you like, I would love to interview Be Real. I was on the.
I manifested that shit.
You know what's crazy? I was on Usual Suspects on my birthday.
Yeah,
when we did the first time we did Usual Suspects, I was the first time, and I was like, and then you asked me this, and I was like, on my birthday again. I was like, this is like, I just feel like every time it's my birthday, you're like, you want to do an interview? I'm like, sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, and what's so funny is I have it in my calendar, like, your government name, birthday, and but it wasn't even that. But it was funny that when you mentioned that it's my birthday that day, and it clicked because I remember I was like, holy shit, this is so weird how things have changed, and I've got to give a big thank you to my brother Black North, or aka DJ Todd D. Blaze, who does a show every Wednesday during the day. He's on at I think 12 p.m. Eastern, but I could be wrong. But it's City World Media Group. Please follow them because we're live on cityworldmediagroup.com. It's a website. It is a platform full of divergent programming and content and podcasts of people that are interviewing all walks of life. We just had Coco. She interviewed, I think she interviewed Roxanne Shante. She's interviewed she's from New York, and but there's a ton of different other folks that are signing up and becoming a part of this platform that are going to be pretty much going 24/7. And I partnered up with him, and I just got to give a big shout out and thanks to him because he's been on B-Boys Underground. He has amazing music as well. So follow Black North, follow King Fuji, follow Rising Sun, follow the entire family, City World Media Group. From our city to your world, we are City World, and much love to y'all. We are B-Boys Underground. You got any shout outs, Lex?
Start with my moderators. We're on Twitch.
Yes.
My VIPs, anybody who supports my channel and my content online. I always said after I made partner, I was going to do stuff more like this. I'm not sure if I'm going to start a new page for it or if I'm going to do it on my page. But I definitely want to. I've done a couple podcasts where it's just me talking and like, kind of like DJ academic style, like bringing up stuff and watching podcasts and talking about it and stuff, pausing it and discussing it. I don't know what it is. I just know I have a voice and I have something to say. I just need to figure out what it is and how I want to portray it. I've always applauded you. Even from the very beginning, I was just like, you know, I was always big on you on structure. I was like, dude, you guys kind of just, you had me for 3 hours, but we didn't even talk about none of this. We only talked about this for 2 hours, And you're like, yeah, I'm trying to navigate this. I'm working on it. Then as I've been watching your shows more and more, and then watching People Underground more and more, I'm like, oh, he's really become more. Let's get back on track, or let's talk about this, or let's bring it back to that. But I'm shout out my family, my kids, and my parents, my brother. And then my mom just lost a good friend of hers, like a mom to me, just the other day. I found out my mother-in-law now has cancer for the third time, different part of her body. Now it's in her lungs. And, my kids are handling it well and stuff, but I just want to tell everybody, like I say, is pray for others because,
Yes.
Prayer strong. And whether you believe in what you believe in, it's the words, saying them out loud or thinking them, putting that and we're electricity, we radiate energy. So whatever you say resonates. So just my biggest shout out to everybody is just pray for others, pray for this world. Cause right now we need all the prayers we can get because things are just nuts everywhere and it's going to get worse before it gets better. I'm grateful for Twitch. I'm grateful for YouTube. I'm grateful for a lot of these platforms, TikTok, where people like yourself, myself, and other people can express themselves. It's like having a digital diary almost, but I really hope that
it is.
Everybody just take some time, because and I know, Ghost, you'll agree with this, but you can be walking through life on Monday thinking it's one way and come Tuesday, it's a whole other way.
I've died twice.
Yeah, and I promise you, no matter how far you fall, it's never as bad as it is. Like I've seen a lot of people talk about like, giving up or not wanting to be here or this and that, or, just check on your folks. Just check on your folks. Cause I have friends, if I don't see them post for a couple of days, I'll hit them up. I have friends that if I don't talk to them on a regular, cause that's our rapport. I've done that to you, Ghost. You good? I ain't seen you online. Like, where you been? Like, what's going on? Like, check on your people, and it's like the older we get, obviously the more tragedy we face, but it's never as bad as we think it is. It's even though and Ghost said it, he's faced it twice. And I'm sure both times a part of him thought, this is it. This is the one, I'm going to beat this, but I'll put another part of you's telling you, what if we don't, and
I'll tell you, it was unexpected. It was like
there's no way to prepare for that. There's no way.
I didn't think that I'd like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it both times I was like, I fight. You've seen me. I've streamed from the fucking ER. I've done these podcasts from the ER because I was like, you got to put the hours and you got to put the rep, you got to do whatever. But I didn't. You just don't know, and then you come back and you get told that happened, and how do you reconcile with that?
I don't have the answer for that, bro. I just know that I appreciate everything you've done for this platform, for your people, like putting on the guys and giving them a voice because a lot of them didn't have one until they met you. And, I've seen when you've broken down and thanked them for keeping you up when you were down. I've seen you barely able to stand in the chair to do the interview, but you're there. And I pray the right people see it and the right people it resonates with so that your voice can be heard louder, and I'll do what I can. I invited as many as I could. I see the numbers were good and
we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So, I sometimes I feel like with podcasts, it's hard to engage in the chat because you're just like, you want to listen, you want to just hear what's going to be said and everything else. But thank you to everybody who did say something in the chat, who did pop in here through emotes or super chats on the YouTube side or whatever. Mike the Midget.
We're hoping to
Eddie
get to that
Chaz.
point here soon.
I don't know how that works.
You have to have the metrics and everything like that, the followers, the metrics, the hours, and all of that stuff. But with the momentum that we've been going, and I just not going to say anything because I have said too much before, and I'm not going to say that anymore. So everything
just keep doing
else
what you're doing, man, and just keep going. Not very many people asked to interview me for one, or two, have me back 2 or 3 times. I've been Usual Suspects 2 or 3 times. I've been over
You're
here.
my bro,
first
dude.
time. Yeah, yes, you are. And next time I come into town,
you're
you got
a talented individual. That's the thing that's the reason why I like interviewed you, because you are a talented individual. I watch you. I respect you. I like the way that you are naturally interactive with the chat, and I also like the song selection and etc. from one DJ to another, and then also from one person who knows how extremely fucking hard it is mentally to be able to do this, because like the numbers and all of that stuff can mess with you, and you were doing and going for making partner, and I know how long, like the 2 years ago when thought you like, and then to be able to get it again, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been
Amazing.
almost 6 years in the making, but
Hey man, and
I
hope
did. I
you get
just what
there
you
one
just
day
said. You
too.
said too much. Remember earlier you were like I don't want to say too much, and I think that's what happened with me is when I did it in silence, I was victorious. When I did it loudly, I didn't win.
Yeah, that part.
So
that part.
yeah, and it's the right people knew who were in a position to help me: Slizza, Mr. Wilson, K to the J's, and Reg, and a couple other guys that Jay Jonah. He had me on his raid trains and stuff and everything,
Salute to
and
him.
put me in a position to win. Would even try to find people to help. Like he'd be like, hey, I reached out to this partner to get him on the raid train. Hopefully the numbers will help you. And one time he got out of the way. He was like, hey, I'm gonna have you go on to my slot so you can catch the raid from this person. I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah, I just want to make sure you win. And I always say find people that want to see you win, and I think that's kind of why me and you fuck with each other, because we've both been trying to help each other win.
For sure.
I wish this got the stuff out sooner, because it was like I had everything going on what I had going on, plus my streaming and everything else, and I was just
I wish I would have been able to get it out sooner, because I had everything going on with
remember you hit me up.
Too.
You hit me up. I think it was Friday. You were like, and I was like, man, I'm booked this whole weekend.
Like, no, it's all good. Everything happened the way that it needed to
Oh,
happen.
for sure. And by the way, I'm gonna talk to you later, because whatever you got back here, I'm gonna need that in red, and you can take the B-Boy Underground off, and I'll give you something else put there. But that shit's lit.
Oh, thank you, man.
I was watching. I was like, man, that'd be a good Be Right Back screen. like.
I don't know why I can't do that for myself, but
bro, I'm gonna be honest. I make overlays for other people, and they're so dope. And like flyers, I'll do it. And I'm like, man, I want this flyer now. Like, why is it? Well, it's in that and I'm probably like you. It's like I'm very creative, but when I'm creative for somebody else, I just take it up a notch. When it's for me, it's kind of like, oh, that'll do. So it's like that looks good enough. But and the podcast looks immaculate. I don't know if it's the service, your internet, your camera, but everything looks great.
Well, I really appreciate you, fam. And again, you guys make sure you follow DJ Lex on all platforms. Where can they follow you at and on your socials?
Everywhere. And any platform you go to, even if it's Cash App or Venmo, it's DEEJAYL3XX. It's exactly the same. No matter where it's at. I don't care.
Shit, I just
on my stream and they're like, are you on IG? Yes. Same as it says right there. What's your Cash App? Same as it says right there.
That part, man, I
mean,
love it. I hustlers respect hustlers, baby. I love
yeah,
it.
bro.
Hey, man,
It is my
look,
birthday.
it is your birthday. Cash app that man.
Yeah.
Look, man, all I got to say is this, man. You only get right now, and only right now is what matters. It's this and only this moment that's all there is, right? It's a present because it is a present. The past you can only learn from. You can't let it dictate the rest of your life, because if you do, you lose. It stays in your head and it fucks with you. It's talking to you because it's trying to get you to adjust your path and learn the lesson and forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Forgive others. You're going to fuck up. You're going to make mistakes. Life is a lesson, right? You're going to fail. It's a series of lessons. It's not failures. Keep progressing. And don't trip on the future, because, again, I didn't expect to die. It'd be over like that. And guess what? Each time, it was because I was stressed the fuck out. So don't do that. Much love. Keep it positive. Keep it pushing. Keep persevering. We'll be back next Wednesday. I'll be doing Pop Rocks Thursday with you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm doing also Throwback Thursdays. I'm closing it out. So I'll be on closing it out late. So I'll be on earlier with you, and then I'm closing out another one.
I gotta
and
send this to you.
There it is. I need that overlay. Boom. I need to go solo on that one. Hold on. Let's see if I can go solo like this. Bam. Look that. Make sure you follow that. So at 4 p.m. Eastern, and they talk shit on me because I say Eastern, like, because I got extra syllables. I know it's Eastern, but I will say Eastern because that's how we said it back home. So 4 p.m. Eastern, ADMC, the one and only ADMC. 6 p.m. one Easy Mac. 8 p.m. DJ Guck. 9 p.m. Gooch. I'm sorry. I always fuck that up.
Oh,
Shout
bro,
out.
I fuck it up too.
I am notorious for messing up all y'all Twitch's name, and I do it because just I taste colors. Anyway, and then 9 p.m. DJ Miss Trice Beats. I said it right, but even I spelled it out. And then check this out, man. 10 p.m. That's Ghost Boogie. That's me. Hi. And then DJ Lex, 11 p.m. Boom. There it is, man. Make sure you follow that man and cash app that man, because it's his birthday party, and I'm going to be doing rock and pop. I'm doing rock and pop, y'all.
Close that out.
And then I'm throwing it back on the other one. So I'm open.
Tom, what time are you on the other one?
The other one, I'll be on 10 p.m. Mountain.
Yeah, I'm on. So when your set's on, I'm closing out the block party for Tall Man Brian. So that's the time. I know, and then you'll raid me, and then we'll take those numbers probably to Mr. Wilson.
Dope.
And then Friday we'll be raiding you for your show.
Salute. We'll be live on the radio. KSHI, Zuni, New Mexico radio, live on the air. You can even check it out online. Much love to my brother DJ.
That's lit. I gotta definitely check it out like that. What's up, man? One Divine Chick? Thanks for popping in.
One Divine Chick, yes, salute to you. Appreciate you all. And again, don't trip on the future, because if you do, please, if you know the future, please let me know the winning lottery numbers. I'll let you hold on to the majority of it. I just got almost close to $1 million in medical bills I'm trying to get up off my ass. So, just hit me off with it. But if you don't know the winning fucking lottery numbers, and don't trip on the future, stay right here, right now. Tune in tomorrow. Tune in Friday for the You Might Know Us podcast. Monday again, and then Wednesday, and again and again and again. We out. Who we raiding? I can't not raid, because I was getting ready to fuck up and not raid.
Let me see. I'll tell you who's on.
Tell me who to raid.
Let's see who's on.
DJ Lex directs the raid.
Let's see. I guess we can go A-Mix.
DJ A-Mix?
I'll put it in the chat.
Is it DJ underscore A-Mix?
No, it's DJ A-Mix 562, all one word.
L362. Follow. Boom. We are starting the raid, and as I do that, I will also do this for my Twitcheteers. Please copy that raid message and let them know B-Boys Underground and Ghost Boogie sent it to you. And once y'all ready up, we are radied up. So with that being said, y'all on Twitch, y'all are out. Peace. And y'all on YouTube, y'all are out. Much love to you. Peace.